Are, are, are we up, Eric? Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us today for uh, this February 25th, 2026 meeting of the Board of County Commissioners for Deschutes County. The first item on our agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Please join us.
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Nothing like a full room for the Pledge of Allegiance. There we go. Okay. Next, we'll have citizen input. We have a number of blue forms today. These are, it looks like, I think all of these are for the Lava Terrace Cellars land use item. That is number 6 on our agenda. So we'll do that after the consent agenda. But right now, during open citizen input is an opportunity for people who have something else that they want to talk about to come up and speak for up to 3 minutes. So if you submitted a blue form on Lava Terrace, we will get to that pretty shortly. But if there's anyone else who wants to speak on other items at this point, we would welcome you coming on up and speaking and submitting a blue form afterwards. Seeing none. Eric, is there anyone online? Okay. Great. Next, we have commissioner announcements. Any announcements from my fellow commissioners?
A couple notes. Welcome back from our National Association of Counties. I know both other commissioners were there. We can hear about that at some point.
I think we were both there in the airport last night at midnight.
Yeah, wondering if,
Coming in.
Oh boy.
I made my husband's birthday by 1 minute. 1 minute, and he picked me up. It was quite romantic.
Good. Yeah, I'll just report back from the National Association of Counties Conference that this year I participated in the Transportation Committee, learned a lot about the coming surface transportation bill from Congress and how we can plug in effectively to advocate for that and to get things for counties and things for US 97 out of that process.
Mm-hmm. Great.
And I actually had a private meeting with Chief Tom Schultz of the U.S. Forest Service on Friday afternoon, reiterating that overnight camping in China Hat is really something that needs to be highly scrutinized if they're going to do it again. Jacqueline Buchanan, who actually originally ran Oregon and Washington, has been here a lot. She's a great person. She's been given now California, Alaska, and Hawaii. Chief Schultz is going to be coming out to Oregon. He gave me the challenge that Georgia sent him a big plaque that said Georgia was the #1 forestry state. And he goes, Patty, I bet you can beat that. So I've already had somebody order that sign, but it was great meeting with him. He clearly understands his responsibility and the enormity of our forests. So it was a great meeting. It was great to have Jacqueline on Zoom, and I know hopefully will be coming out here in the next 2 months.
So other announcements, I was able to attend the St. Charles Gala. So it was a fundraiser event for our healthcare system. St. Charles Foundation, we had a Deschutes County table, so it was well represented, other elected officials and spouses. It was nice. The big picture is emergency department expansion and the needs of the healthcare system to grow with our population growth. So there was about $600,000 was mentioned as a number that was raised that night. So that was pretty exciting to see that. Also, I was able to get to the Lapine Community Kitchen. So it's just a thing I was able to do. So Lapine Community Kitchen, just getting a feel for what's going on down there, their foods, their hot meals, and the services they provide. Also, Boys and Girls Club last night. So they had an annual meeting. So the board members plus some of the participants and the community members that really support that. So it was really a valuable time to understand what the Boys and Girls Club is up to. There seemed to be a well-functioning, stable group looking to expand their services. So that was really exciting to see. And then tomorrow morning, we do have a Lapine Sun River Chamber breakfast, which we probably need to at least talk about at the end of the board meeting and prepare for what we may be doing in presentations.
Yeah.
It would be a lovely.
On top of everything else we're doing.
But one of the most outstanding things that I couldn't believe it, at the end of the public lands meeting, they actually brought up NACO legislation that they're supporting. And it's something I've been working on probably for at least 5 years, but it's raising the minimum number of beds in the mental health hospitals, the small ones. It has been at 16 since 1963, driving me. I've been pushing on this and pushing on this. Senator Dan Goldman from New York has raised that. He has a bill to raise that limit to 36. Now, currently, right now, we are building a 16-bed facility in Redmond, but when you consider that 93% of the inmates we have in our own jail are either mentally ill or have substance use disorder, if we could kind of hold off or figure out a way to add on to that and actually do 36 beds, I was so excited, and I went up and talked to the man, and he goes, well, I'm really a public health guy and I don't know that much about it. And I go, you don't know how happy that makes me to know that should happen. That should happen this year. And I'll do all the support I can for Senator Goldman, or excuse me, Representative Goldman from New York. Happens to be a Democrat. It's something that we all should consider. When they closed the state hospital in Pendleton, that was in 2014, and we don't have enough mental health beds in this state to satisfy the need. So that was one of my incredibly pleasant surprises, other than like flying for 24 hours to get there.
Yeah, I would flag that for staff. This bill that would raise the maximum number of beds in a secure residential treatment facility from 16 to 30 is,
36.
I think they said 30, but maybe it was 36.
It's 36. I've read it in black and white.
Uh,
They're adding 20.
But this is potentially a game changer for us. I think our county and hopefully the state of Oregon will be really actively weighing in on that piece of federal legislation. Okay. If there's no further announcements, we can move to the consent agenda.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
I haven't read the minutes, so if I read them later, okay, I haven't. Yes, got to slip at one, I think. Anyway, so I'm sorry about that. Then I'll second the motion, but I will be reading the minutes. And if there's something, I will bring it up at the next meeting. Would that be okay, Brenda?
And there's always the video record of the meeting if anyone has any questions about things they're reading in the notes. So it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
I'll just acknowledge number 4. So this is for the Fore River Vector Control District, couple new board members, one person leaving. And this is kind of the big restart. Remember, we were able to kind of reappoint the board and get it restarted at the end of last year. And this is the beginning of the season, basically. So it's good to see they have a full board. And they also have a couple budget committee members that are paying attention also.
Thank you. All right. Calling for the vote. Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. Thank you. Okay, we are moving on to action items. Item number 6 is a public hearing on a modification of an application for a proposed commercial activity in conjunction with farm use. Winery Lavaterra Cellars in the multiple use agriculture zone at 20,520 Bowery Lane in Bend. I will kick this item off till we get to the part about ex parte discussions and conflicts of interest, and then I'll be handing off the chairing of this hearing to Commissioner DeBonne. So with that, we can open this. This is the time and place set for a hearing regarding 247-22-000464-CU, 466-SP, 24-018-A, and 25-734-MA. This is a hearing for a modification of application for a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use to establish a winery. Staff will outline the hearing procedures that will be followed.
Thank you, Chair Chang. For the record, my name is Nathaniel Miller. I'm an associate planner with the Deschutes County Planning Division. Today, the Board of County Commissioners will take testimony and receive written evidence concerning a modification of application for a conditional use permit and site plan review request to establish a winery in the multiple use agricultural zone. Today's hearing will proceed as follows. First, staff will explain the hearing format and how to testify at today's hearing, followed by a brief presentation on the application. Then the testimony portion of the hearing will begin. The applicant will present first and will have 30 minutes. Next, persons in support can testify and will have 3 minutes. Then those in opposition will testify and will also have 3 minutes. Afterwards, the applicant will have 10 minutes for rebuttal testimony. And lastly, staff may have some closing comments. This is a hybrid public hearing with both in-person and remote participation. Before starting your testimony, please provide your first and last name, as well as your mailing address. For our in-person participants, if you wish to testify, please fill out a blue sign-up sheet and submit it to the board's executive assistant, Brenda, to the left of the dais. Vice Chair DeBonne will call up in-person participants for their testimony. After your name is called, please come up to one of the tables at the front of the room before beginning your testimony. For our remote participants, if you want to testify, you must be logged into Zoom or have called in using the Zoom dial-in option. When Vice Chair DeBonne asks if anyone would like to testify, you will need to use the raise hand feature to notify the board. To do this, you need to press the raise hand button on your computer or smart device. If you've called in, dial *9. When it is your turn to provide testimony, you will be promoted from the attendee to a panelist. You may experience a brief pause as your status changes. Once you have joined as a panelist, you will be able to turn on your camera if you would like to. In addition to oral testimony, if anyone has written testimony to submit, please hand it to me directly. If you are in person, please submit your written testimony to me after your oral testimony. If you are participating remotely, you can submit your written testimony via email to me at nathaniel.miller@deschutes.org. The Vice Chair and staff will be responsible for conducting an orderly hearing. Any testimony or behavior which is inappropriate will be addressed and may result in that member of the public being removed from the hearing. Chair Chang, I will now return to the script and note that the commissioners must disclose any ex parte contacts, prior hearing observations, biases, or conflicts of interest.
Thank you. Well, I guess I can let my fellow commissioners go first, and then I can make my statement.
So other than relationships, I have no conflicts of interest, anything to disclose. As I say, I'm a known quantity as a sitting commissioner with a long history of land use decisions now, but there's no disclosures per se.
And I actually have 3 binders regarding Lava Terrace. I only packed down one today, but I don't believe I have any conflicts of interest to disclose at this time, Nathan.
Thank you. So for myself, as when we last reviewed this application, I will be recusing myself from this land use proceeding. Toby Bayard was a donor to my reelection campaign. Dina Barker is a professional colleague and friend of over 20 years, I think. So I have potential conflicts of interest in this matter. Since the board last heard this item, I have been called out by a number of people in the community for recusing myself, as if I did something wrong or that recusing myself compromised my integrity in some way. I want to make clear to everyone that when friends or donors are involved in land use disputes, recusing yourself from a proceeding is the right thing to do. And for anyone who is concerned about how campaign contributions might affect the way a commissioner deliberates or votes on a particular land use application, I will point out that a few years ago, Commissioner DeBonne and Commissioner Adair did not recuse themselves when we were hearing the Assetti rezone application, even while Mr. Assetti was hosting massive campaign signs for them along Highway 97 during their reelection campaigns. The right thing to do at that point in time would have been to recuse themselves. So I'm going to try to set the example here, and I'll be stepping off the dais for this item and turning over the hearing to Mr. DeBonne. There's the screen.
Well, to follow up on that, I mean, we're all community members here and we all can see what's going on. So to be compromised would be to have personal benefit or, value and from any of these choices. So, I mean, it's the guidance we're getting, but also the worldview that we have here. So, I mean, that was kind of a very political statement you just made on this. So we don't need to take it any farther.
They're pretty parallel situations. I was asked to recuse myself because someone had contributed to my campaign. And in that case, Mr. Assetti was making a substantial in-kind contribution to your campaigns, right in the middle of hearing his rezone application. So just saying.
Okay. So thank you very much. At this time, does anyone want to any party wish to challenge any commissioner, a member of this hearings body, based on ex parte contacts, biases, or conflicts? So the path was just set on that. Please join us.
I get to go first.
Well, so this is a challenge to the process that you're discussing now.
Well, I was just making the point that we're very aware of Mr. Barker's personal relationship with Mr. DeBonne. And as stated in my previous comments in the public records, he has said, "I know Tony DeBonne personally." And that was his exact words, speaking with me over my fence line. So I also think that it's very likely that you know Mr. Barker's lawyer personally. And because of these personal relationships, I would request that Mr. DeBonne recuse himself in this important matter. Sorry, Lowell Jensen, and I live at 20525 Bowery Lane.
Great. So is there any guidance that we can come up with this? I mean, now there has been kind of an official challenge in front of us. And thank you for joining us, Stephanie. Oh, and I will acknowledge stepping up. I mean, there are relationships in this room. I've been in office for a while, so I do know people. So I don't know how I can, discount that, but please proceed.
Okay. Good morning, commissioners. Stephanie Marshall, Senior Legal Counsel. There are a few doctrines in play. One is the appearance of fairness, which is, does it appear to the public that this is a fair proceeding? And then the other one is conflict of interest. And conflict of interest generally is a pecuniary interest in the outcome of the application. The individual commissioners are entitled to disclose that they have a personal relationship or they know an applicant or they know an opposition person, and yet nonetheless, they believe that they can hear the matter in a fair and impartial manner. That's the extent of the disclosure that you may make. Others may disagree, and ultimately it's in your own heart, so to speak, as to whether you think you can hear the matter, and putting aside the fact that you might know the applicant or their husband, whether you can put that aside and just look at the facts that are in the record and what you're going to hear in testimony and make a fair decision. That's the challenge. And you did correctly note that that some of you have been serving this community for a while. You do know lots of people in the community. That's a challenge that does come up. But at the end of the day, it will be your determination as to whether you can nonetheless proceed fairly.
So, I mean, just for the rest of more information, I mean, I've driven the roads around these properties. I have never been on any of these properties per se to, get real specific. There's no interpersonal relationship where we're hanging out together. I mean, these are just community connections over time. So that'll be my response to this disclosure, and I do feel like I can proceed. You know, we're talking about a very specific dialed-in application that's not even been modified in front of us. So, as I say, this is land use in the state of Oregon and Deschutes County and the history of what we've been doing here, but I don't feel conflicted.
Any other questions for me?
I'm sorry, that's kind of closing up the appeal process. This will be part of the record though, too. I mean, if somebody wants to appeal following this, this will be on the record and all the information that's stated.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah. Very good. Thank you. Is there anyone else? As I say, and I don't take this lightly, but I mean, this is where we are. Does any other party wish to challenge commissioners based on ex parte contacts, biases, or conflicts? Is there anyone online with the raised hand feature? Okay, so seeing none. There have been challenges presented and discussed at this point in time. Commissioner Dare, do you feel comfortable proceeding
Yes,
for what we've dealt with here? Okay.
I do.
And as I say, I've taken a statement at the opening of this and made my response. So at this time, the hearing is open. Staff will proceed with a brief staff report.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeBonne. The subject property is addressed at 20520 Bowery Lane and is approximately 5.5 acres in size. The property is about 500 feet north of the city of Bend limits and is west of Highway 97. The entire property and the immediately surrounding properties are within the multiple use agricultural zone. As presented in the application materials, the property owners propose a winery as a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use. The central area of the winery would be located to the south end of the property and be comprised of 3 distinct aspects: winery production, wine tastings, and winery events. As outlined in previous memos and proceedings, the winery production, wine tasting, and winery events are identified and reviewed through the provisions for a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use. A commercial activity in conjunction with farm use is allowed as a conditional use in the zone district if an applicant can meet the criteria for the conditional use permit and applicable standards in a corresponding site plan review. The hearings officer approved the conditional use permit and site plan review on January 2nd of 2024. Some significant findings from the decision include that the proposal meets the requirements of Deschutes County Code 1832-030C and qualifies as a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use, and also that the proposal meets the suitability requirements of Deschutes County Code 18-125-015, and that's the compatibility analysis. The appellant, Toby Biard, submitted the appeal to the hearings officer decision and requested the board initiate a review and conduct a hearing to evaluate the proposal. Some of the key issues are whether wineries can only be sited on property in the exclusive farm use zone pursuant to ORS 215-452 and not in any other zone. And then also whether the hearings officer erred in finding that a winery can be approved on MUA 10 zone property as a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use. Since the first board hearing of April 10th of 2024, there was a reopening of the record through the summer of 2024. The applicant supplemented the record during that period. The applicant requested that the record be reopened again prior to deliberations that were scheduled last winter of 2025. The applicant filed a modification of conditions application in December of 2025 with more materials addressing staff concerns that were outlined in the deliberation documents. The modification of application includes new materials to address issue areas as well as propose some changes to the requirements that were a part of the hearings officer approval. For the salient issue areas, the applicant has proposed an alteration of the winery building to meet the front yard setback, a reconfiguration of the on-site parking design. The materials also include a letter of determination from the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, DEQ, to address wastewater from winery operations. As for the changes to the hearings officer decision, the applicant proposes a reduction in the parking space requirement from 21 to 14 spaces, a decrease in the required landscaping as a result of the reduced parking, and then also an adjustment of condition of approval EE, which is a delay in the time requirements to remove private property from the public right-of-way of Bowery Lane. As of today, 10 individuals have submitted comments in opposition to the proposal since the submittal of the modification. There are 20 individuals who have submitted comments in support of the proposal. A summary of these reasons are that the property is a good location for the winery, the activity supports tourism and the economy, and that the winery is a good representation of local agritourism. We did receive new comments from agencies as well. All of these comments can be accessed on the proposal webpage. The purpose of today's hearing is to allow the board to hear from the applicant about the changes and updates submitted with the modification of application, and to also allow for public testimony about the proposal. The hearing is considered de novo. All record materials can be accessed on the proposal webpage at the web address listed on the screen. The 150-day clock was restarted on December 11th of 2025 with a submittal of the modification of application. We are currently on day 76. At the conclusion of today's hearing, the board will need to do one of the following. A move to continue both the oral and written portions of the hearing to a date and time certain. Move to close the oral portion of the hearing, leave the written record open for a number of days, and schedule deliberations on a date to be determined. Close the public hearing and set a date and time for deliberations on a date and time to be determined. Or lastly, move to close the public hearing and begin deliberations. This concludes the summary of the proposal. Staff is available for questions.
Great. Are there any questions, Commissioner Adair?
No, I have no question.
Yes, I have no questions at this time. We'll proceed with the hearing. So this will be the applicant's moments, 30 minutes to share with us about the modified application. Great, thank you. And a large format map, okay.
Thank you. It's better on your eyes.
Good morning. Before I begin, if we could have the PowerPoint slide go back to the very first slide, the introduction, please. There we go. Good morning. My name is Caroline Seelick, and today with me is my colleague Elaine Albrecht, and we are with Davis Wright Tremaine. Our offices are located at 560 10th Ave, Suite 700, Portland, Oregon, 97205. We represent Dina and Dwayne Barker of Lava Terrace Cellars. We are here today to present to you our modification of application filing, or MOA, as I may refer to it. The MOA maintains the Barker's request for a conditional use permit to operate a commercial activities in conjunction with farm use. We are grateful to the board for granting additional time to prepare the MOA filing. This time allowed the Barkers to assemble new information to substantiate the record and addresses issues previously raised by staff, as well as respond to relevant issues and arguments identified by the public. The MOA filing, combined with information already in the record, provides a robust record to support the conditional use permit request. Here is an overview of our presentation today. We will provide a refresher and background information on the proposed use and the property. Then I will go through a summary of key changes in the MOA application. I will explain how Lava Terrace is compatible with the surrounding area and how it promotes the regional wine economy. We will also identify public comments in the record and the materials we have added to address those comments. And of course, we are happy to answer any questions you may have. Here's a slide that identifies the procedural history of this filing. Staff did a nice job walking through this, but I'll just reiterate that we are thankful to the board for granting additional time to supplement the record and are excited to be here before you today. Looking at the modified proposal in the MOA filing, the proposed use maintains a tasting room, but it is limited in scope. It is by appointment and invitation only. The MOA also maintains a request for a winery production facility, but with reduced wine production output on an annual basis, and I will discuss that in more detail in a moment. Looking at the changes and additional information in the MOA filing, we've provided an updated 2025 site plan that addresses issues that staff previously raised and shows code compliance. Second, we have an Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, or ODEQ, determination letter that ODEQ reviewed the wine production facility operations, deemed them de minimis, and therefore the facility is exempt from any permits from ODEQ. 3, Lavateras worked with the Bend Fire and Rescue, and they have approved the updated 2025 site plan. 4, as a part of the wastewater management plan and a right sizing of the operations, Lavateras has reduced the annual wine production from 2,000 cases per year to 1,500 cases per year. And just as a note, the 2,000 was approved by the hearings officer in his decision. Number 5, the applicant will pursue any and all building permits necessary for the tasting room to allow it to be used by the public. And 6, applicant will retrofit the winery building to ensure that it complies with the front yard setback requirements. To situate the subject property, it is located on Bowery Lane, just north of the city of Bend city limits. The zoning and comprehensive plan designation is rural residential, and it is an MUA 10 zoning. It is approximately 5.43 acres, and it has 4 acres of vineyards on the site. The improvements include a residence, a garage, which is the proposed tasting room and office, the AG barn, which is the proposed winery building, an accessory building, 2 40-foot containers, also known as ISO shipping containers, irrigation, shared wall piping, and of course, the vineyards. As I noted, the subject property is located on Bowery Lane, just north of the city of Bend city limits. The property is 410 feet from the newly paved Hunnell Road. This is an area that has recently experienced growth and is poised for additional future development. I will address traffic safety in a later slide, but we have highlighted here the route that Lavateras will identify and direct customers to take, and it is highlighted in blue. Turning to the proposed use. The proposed use is a conditional use allowed in the MUA 10 zone. Lavateras is requesting to operate a commercial activities in conjunction with farm use. And as the hearing officer's decision describes, the vineyard is the farm use, and the processing of grapes into wine, the sale of that wine, and offering it for tasting constitutes the commercial activities. To ensure there is clarity around what the proposed use allows, the code provides that a commercial activities in conjunction with farm use may use, process, store, or market farm products produced in Deschutes County or in a abutting county. This means that Lavateras is allowed to purchase farm crops, here grapes, from an abutting county and use them to process and make wine, sell that wine, and offer it for tastings. This should clear up confusion in the record as to what is allowed under this use. And since the initial application before the hearings officer, Lava Terrace has always sought to operate a tasting room with limited hours of operation. As you can see here, it is open for 3 to 4 days a week, sometimes 2 days a week, depending on the season, from 12 to 7 p.m. by appointment or invite only, with an average tasting group size of 6 to 8 people. Wine-related events or activities would be allowed throughout the year, and these would include wine club pickups occurring 1 weekend a quarter, wine club member party occurring 1 evening during the winter holidays, educational wine club meetings, and a harvest party, for example. These gatherings would be limited to 25 people, and they would occur during the same time frame from 12 to 7 p.m. Next, I'd like to walk you through a summary of key changes in the modification of application filing. Over the past year, we have developed a code-compliant and more detailed site plan. As you can see here, we have identified 2 clear vision areas that are located at the eastern exit and southwest access points. These are highlighted in a blue circle. Next, we have the 24 wide service drives at the entrance gate and throughout the parking area. And in the larger diagram, we have highlighted again the 24-foot service drives, as well as ensuring that we're providing standard parking spaces. Previously, we had compact parking spaces and no overflow parking areas as well. Connected to the parking is sufficient defined landscaping as required by the code. As a part of the updated site plan, Lava Terrace requests that the board adjust the number of parking spaces that the hearing officer required. The hearing officer imposed 21 standard parking spaces, 12 for wine-related events, and 6 spaces for the tasting room, and 3 spaces for employees. The hearing officer's rationale was that based on the record before him, it was unclear whether the wine-related events and the tasting room activities would occur simultaneously. That will not happen. There will only ever be wine-related events or tasting room activities. And therefore, Lava Terrace requests that the board adjust the required number of customer parking spaces to 12, which is the greater of those 2 numbers, and only 2 employee parking spaces, as both Dina and Dwayne will be providing the services needed during the wine-related events and the tasting room activities, and therefore 3 spaces is not needed. Related to the parking is the county code's requirement for defined landscaping. Given that Lava Terrace requests an adjustment from 21 to 12 customer parking spaces, the code required amount changes for defined landscaping from 525 down to 300 square feet. I will note, as highlighted on the slide in green, that Lava Terrace has provided over 900 square feet of defined landscaping, so it meets the code requirement, but it's important to marry up the requirement to ensure code consistency. After reviewing public comments raising concerns about wastewater from the wine production facility, the applicant proactively prepared a wastewater management plan for ODEQ, the state agency that regulates wastewater from food processing facilities, including wine production facilities. As a part of the plan, Lava Terrace seeks to reduce the amount of wastewater generated, and this is related to the reduction in wine output from 2,000 cases a year down to 1,500. In its wastewater management plan, the applicants sought to apply treated wastewater to its vineyard aisles and yard areas as a beneficial purpose, as well as its composting to those same areas. After reviewing the wastewater management plan, ODEQ determined that Lava Terrace's wine production level would be de minimis because it is producing 1,500 cases a year and is well below the threshold for a permit required, which is at 6,000 cases a year. In its determination letter, ODEQ explicitly says that there is little to no likelihood of the proposed activities causing environmental harm or creating nuisance conditions. I have included an excerpt directly from the ODEQ determination letter there for your review as well. Related to the wastewater management plan is Lava Terrace's request for composting to be applied to the vineyard. And this composting at the site is well below the 100 tons of type 1 feedstock that would require a ODEQ permit for applying composting to the fields and yards. So ODEQ's determination letter identified that no permits are necessary for either the wastewater or the composting activities. As part of the MOA filing, to address staff's concerns regarding whether the site plan would meet Bend Fire and Rescue's requirements, applicant reached out proactively to Bend Fire and Rescue. Bend Fire and Rescue has reviewed it and it is compliant. An applicant will obtain all necessary building permits to ensure that the public can use the tasting room, including a change of use permit. This slide provides a brief overview of the two buildings, the tasting room and office, as well as the winery building. As you can see, the tasting room would be 336 square feet within an 800 square foot building. It would support tastings for customers for 6 to 8 customers. And as described in our prior application, Lava Terrace will use its existing barn to support small-scale wine production. Through the CUP process, it was identified that the barn does not meet the front yard setbacks. But to address this, the applicant will reconfigure the barn as demonstrated in this slide, and a portion of it will be removed so that it will be code compliant. This will occur prior to operations. The hearings officer decision established condition EE, evacuation of the right-of-way. And it requires that prior to issuance of building permits, that the applicant remove all private property, including fences, posts, walls, crops, landscaping, other features from the right-of-way of Bowery Lane. To be clear, applicant will remove these items from the right-of-way. However, applicant seeks to relocate the vines during their dormant period, which is from late winter to early spring, to ensure that the vines remain healthy and are productive. And therefore, the vineyard does not experience a reduction in crop output and a reduction in crop yield. The rock pillars serve as end posts for the trellises, and so they would be removed at the same time as the vines. Applicant proposes to remove half the vines and post this winter and early spring, and the remaining vines during the 2026 winter and 2027 early spring period. Applicant respectfully requests that this condition does not delay the operation of the proposed use and does not delay the applicant's ability to apply for building permits. Applicant requests that condition EE is bifurcated as shown on this slide. And we feel this is a reasonable resolution to ensuring that the vines are removed from the right-of-way, but doing so in a way that would not jeopardize the health of those vines and result in a reduced crop yield. So Lava Terrace is compatible with the surrounding area. I'm going to walk you through these 3 bullets. The first is that Lava Terrace is compatible because of the enhanced traffic safety efforts it has walked through. Wastewater management plan has been approved by ODEQ that has been discussed, showing that no environmental harm and no noxious odors, as well as there is an existing water supply that is sufficient to accommodate the proposed use. The proposed use is compatible with the surrounding area because Lava Terrace is a low-intensity use with a low weekday trip count, and because it has identified a safe access route to the property for its customers. As described earlier, Lava Terrace's tasting room hours are limited, only 3 to 4 days a week, sometimes 2, depending on the season, and they would only be open from 12 to 7 p.m. With regards to vehicle trips, under the county code, no traffic study or report is required if there are fewer than 50 trips per day generated during a weekday. So based on the proposed operations and as identified in applicant's traffic report, which is in the record, it shows that on a worst case scenario, there would be 37 trips during a weekday. This is well below the county's threshold for any traffic study, and therefore the traffic trip count is minimal. Applicants have also identified a safe and paved access route highlighted here in blue that relies on access through Hunnell Road, which is a collector road. The traffic impacts to Bowery Lane are limited in scope because a customer would only travel 410 feet on that road to access the property. Applicants will provide wayfinding and directional messaging to customers through their website, appointment correspondences, and invitations to show how to access the site as described on this slide. And as you can see, the route does not include the area of North Hunnell. And so there is limited likelihood of additional trips in that area. The dotted blue line shows a potential paved area on South Hunnell, and that would also support a safe route in the future. And then finally, I'll note, as discussed earlier by the commissioners and board, the applicant is encouraged to see that local leaders are seeking funding to install barriers on North Highway 97. This would help prevent left-hand turns from the highway onto Bowery Lane and improve traffic safety for both the proposed use and the county at large. The proposed use is compatible with the surrounding area because Lava Terrace has obtained from ODEQ a determination letter that the wastewater generated from its winery production activities is de minimis and that there is little to no likelihood of environmental harm from the treated wastewater. Specifically, the ODEQ determination letter allows for the beneficial application of the treated wastewater on the vineyards and yards. As you can see here in Figure 1, there are different areas of the property that have been mapped out. The water would be dispersed on a rolling basis through these areas of the property to ensure that no area is over-irrigated. The wastewater would be held in large water totes, not holding ponds, to eliminate the possibility of any noxious odors. The totes would be emptied after every use so that there would not be standing water in the totes either. Applicant will treat its wastewater as outlined in its wastewater management plan, and it will break down the organic materials to further prevent odors. And I'll also note that Lava Terrace the current property owners have been composting since 2019 and have never received a complaint regarding odors. They use best management practice, including mixing and turning and doing temperature monitoring to ensure that compost pile is healthy. The proposed use is compatible with the surrounding area because Lava Terrace has an existing water source that can accommodate the proposed use. To ensure there was alignment around the use of the potable water source, applicant executed a water use and well sharing agreement with a neighbor located to the northeast that allows for the use of this well for commercial and industrial purposes. The agreement is consistent with state law and allows for up to 5,000 gallons per day, and this is also noted in the ODEQ water management plan. This agreement is recorded in the county's records and included in the MOA filing. And I'll also note that sustainable and regenerative farming is important to the applicants, and they will be working to conserve water and use best management practices wherever possible. We'd also like to share some exciting developments about the regional wine economy. Earlier this year, the Central Oregon Wine Growers Association filed an application to establish a federally recognized American Viticultural Area, or AVA. A Central Oregon AVA would recognize the region's distinct volcanic soils, lava flows, and high desert climate. And it would complement the recognition that wine growers in the region have received, including Lava Terrace cellars. So while Lava Terrace tasting room would be limited in scale and scope, that does not limit the potential for continued and increased recognition of their unique grapes and wine, as well as other vineyards in this region through the AVA designation. Lava Terrace has closely monitored the public comments and the record and has provided evidence to address and clarify or even mitigate these the factually accurate and relevant concerns. We've identified 4 of those. As you can see in the table, I will walk you through what evidence addresses each of these issues. So first, the argument that wineries are only permitted on EFU lands. The county code, as we have discussed earlier, permits commercial operations in conjunction with farm use, and this includes vineyard operations. This was clarified in the hearing officer decision as well. Second, Lava Terrace Vineyard is too small to produce 1,500 cases of wine. Well, under the county code, Lava Terrace is permitted to purchase grapes from abutting counties and use those in its processing and to sell the subsequent wine. 3, traffic safety concerns are identified in public comments. And here, several public comments note concerns about increased traffic in the North Hunnell Road or the eastern portion of Bowery Lane when accessed from the bridge. But Lava Terrace has shared multiple traffic reports and supplemental memos that identify the safe access route on, including the access from the newly paved Hunnell Road. Further, as discussed, applicant will ensure that its customers are informed and directed to take the highlighted route. And finally, number 4, wastewater concerns. Public comments have identified concerns about the wastewater generated from the wine production process. However, the applicant worked proactively to reach out to ODEQ, provide a wastewater management plan, and ODEQ determined that its wastewater would be de minimis and is well below the threshold for any permit. Lava Terrace requests that the board approve its modification of application filing, including the following changes. First, that it amends the customer parking spaces from 21 to 12, consistent with the operations, as well as the corresponding landscaping requirement. And second, to allow for the removal of vines, trellises, and posts from the right-of-way during the dormant period to support the health and future productivity of those vines. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Dina for a few closing remarks.
Thank you. This over here in front of me. I just want to thank the commissioners for their time today. We appreciate that this has gone on for a while and we've been before you before, but we appreciate your consideration for our application. 2, we know that your job here, planning for the future, is a balancing act between what future generations and the 2040 plan and also for the people who are here today. That is a big job and that consideration is very important and we do realize that. It offers a lot of complexities. But with that said, your approval today will not be only just a new decision. It's not. It would be a reaffirming of the original unbiased review given in January 24 by hearings officer Tommy Brooks. Since this has already been approved, we're really just asking for the approval of the modifications that were being presented that bring everything into code compliance. Your approval would not be a political or biased. It's only confirming that his assessment was correct and you have the benefit with all the application improvements in front of you to reinforce this decision. We also want you to know that there is a significant majority of our neighbors that border our property who do support this. And their support is very important to us. And there will be some of them here today that will be talking about their support for our operation, and they will share their thoughts on this with you directly. And then lastly, we want to just let you know that, it's very interesting because the community, most of the comments that we're getting out of the community have to do with basically the younger generation of people who are interested in what we're doing. You get more support for the farm to table activities. We want to support the agritourism that has been proposed in the 2040 plan. But really, it's the whole point of, you have to plan for the needs of the people today, but you also have to look to the future tomorrow in every decision that you make. And so that's very important to us, and we understand that. And so, but just the excitement in the younger generation of people that are the wine drinkers in this region today, the things that they share and their enthusiasm about Lavateros is just very exciting to us. And we think that that's important for you to know as you're looking for decision making on this today. And then lastly, we just really appreciate that you will approve this, and that this will be something that actually supports the growth, the agritourism, the farm to table aspect of what the High Desert Food Alliance is doing and other organizations. And also that's just embraces that there's been an investment by other agencies in Central Oregon to the AVA that we've done, and that, there's a lot of excitement building around the wine industry in this area. And so with that, I will close and thank you very much for your time.
Great, thank you. I've got a couple of follow-up questions that I may or may not get to now, but maybe you can finish up by the time we're done today. So procedurally, you mentioned granting additional time. So I know we had a public hearing on this matter. It was I don't know if this terminology is withdrawing the application or modifying the application that's come to us. So my point is, I don't know that we've said, oh, well, let's give them some extra time. It's just the procedure has been followed that you're able to modify and come back to us, correct? And because it sounds like, oh, we gave you something a little extra here, which people are keeping an eye on. So
No, it was all allowed under the code. I'm thankful for it.
And then when we talked about DEQ, you've made a great justification of how the reuse will happen. But can you say just a little bit about on-site system, bathroom available for public use during events? Just a little bit about that.
Sure. Dina can speak to this as well, but the tasting room will have an ADA compliant bathroom, as well as, if necessary, portable facilities would be available to accommodate the winery building as well.
So there will be a publicly available bathroom for people that are coming to your property, as I say, not large events, but then if there's a bunch of people at the same time, maybe porta potties would be appropriate.
Yeah, so you would bring in anything that's necessary for that. But honestly, having the ADA requirement bathrooms on site in the tasting room will be what we are doing. That is part of the plan, because we do know that that's very, very important. And then did you have any other questions on that?
Not on that, just making sure, because the agriculture water reuse is going to be different than the on-site system, and, just flushing a toilet is, different.
Yeah.
And then so the permits will be required for that, and that'll fit in there. So then the right-of-way approvals, sounds like there's kind of rock jack towers at the end of the rows, and you want to move some plants. Are those rock jack towers going to be moved early, or are you waiting for that to go for another year? Because I think that, that's the right of way. That's where people are moving. And if it's in the right of way, those would be the things to remove.
It could be removed or.
Well, come join us if you want to.
Well,
Yeah.
At this point in time, I would say that to the entrance in the parking area where people would be going now, there actually is 24-foot right away now. It's already been moved. So there is currently a space that's already 24-foot wide going into the property. And then also the parking area already has that space designed out now. It's
Well,
not going
I-
to be something new, but as far as, are you talking about moving?
Yeah, from the center line of the road to the edge of the right of way, because I think
So
that's the
that-
condition we're talking about.
Some of those have already been taken down and moved, so we've already started on that project. So
Moving the,
yes, as it was brought up before, those posts are part of the trellising system that we'd originally put in. And so at that point in time, we're just trying to figure out if we could have additional time to move everything adequately. And if that is not something that you're willing to do, we'll get it all moved this
something that
season.
may come up, yeah.
Have you
Yeah.
started moving?
Yes,
You have. Have you
yes, we
moved
have.
almost half of them or?
I don't know that we'd say almost half of them. It's just been something we've started in the last 2 months to get those moved out of the way. So several of them we've moved about 10 pillars. 10 pillars have come down, and we've identified the area where plants are going to come out of, the grapevines. But in moving that's a big project. So
You must
all-
handle them very carefully.
yeah,
You don't damage them.
we would really like to not have to lose them, as in totality, if we can move them and find different places for to plant them in. But if it's brought that you need them all moved immediately, then we will do that. It's not impossible by any means.
And then agricultural water supply is groundwater only, or is there any surface water available? So it's groundwater.
So we have Swally irrigation for the irrigation, and then we also have the well for the fresh water there. Is
Okay,
that
so
what you're?
Swally would be for the plants
Yes, it is.
and
It's a
groundwater will
cooler
be
unit
for
for that.
processing.
Right.
Okay, that's good. That's all I was looking for.
Yeah,
Thank you.
they are different. And we also have 4.3 acres of irrigation water already.
That's good. Thank you.
And is that your maximum then for the property?
That's what Swally requires us to take, and so that's what we get at this point in time. We don't actually need more than that.
Okay.
Yeah. Grapevines are very water friendly, so they actually use less than that during the growing season, but that's what Swally requires us to take.
Great. That's what I had. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So at this time, we are going to have persons in support, and we have you here. As it was handed to me, I'm just going to go from top to bottom. They are already sorted in support and oppose.
Chair, our planner Nathaniel Miller will provide some remarks regarding the next steps in the testimony.
Sure.
He's been coordinating on the process.
Commissioners, staff would just like to let you know that time limits that we mentioned at the beginning of the presentation need to be corrected. The appellant, the Bayards, will have 30 minutes as part of their
okay.
time to talk about
Yep.
their points. So we just wanted to make that known because they do still have standing from their appeal process.
Okay, yeah. So the applicant and the appellant, 30 minutes each. So
Will we
there
hear
go.
from them now?
And that's current. That's the next step.
Commissioner Dare, I think we'll go in order that we talked about in the opening remarks, and then the appellant will have their time to talk in that position when when you call people in opposition to the proposal.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, help me with clarity here then. So I'm going to do testimony, persons in support, 3 minutes each. I'm going to do opposition, 3 minutes each, and the appellant, 30 minutes. It's very specifically.
I think in this case, we would probably want to elevate the appellant to the first person who would present for
In
the
opposition. Got it. Okay.
Followed by those folks
Yep.
who would also like to raise opposition and limit their time to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Procedural. We're talking procedure here right now. And then rebuttal.
And then rebuttal.
Yep. No, understood. Okay. So at this time, we're going to have 3 minute testimony, persons in support. We're going to go through the list here. And it's to say that we have a 30-minute statement after that window of time. So at this time, Doug Marigus. And following will be Sterling Respass.
All right, good morning, County Commissioners. Doug Marigus, 15523 Southwest Highway 97, Culver, Oregon. There has been precedent for having a winery and tasting room in Deschutes County, starting in 1995 with Al and Rita Devens. They were out on the east side of Bend and off of Alfalfa Market Road. Then they switched to 1999 to Gosney Road on the east side of Bend. actually 1998 off of Gosney. We were there. Our winery began in 1999. We started in Oregon in Deschutes County, and we shared that space off of Gosney Road. In that time period and up to current day, we have never had a complaint. Al and Rita Devens have never had a complaint about the tasting room activities, nor the winery activities. If you look at the wine industry in our country, let alone outside of our country, it is a beneficial aspect to agriculture. It is an unusual aspect to agriculture in that virtually every time it improves the beauty and the quality of the grounds that it exists on. If there's any question of that, I think it would be easy to see the Willamette Valley, what's happened there, Walla Walla, what's happened there. When my grandparents came here and they were in making wine out of Lodi, California, in Napa Valley, they sold grapes to Sebastiani family. They sold grapes to the Mondavi family. This is old timers. Everybody wore overalls. They were farmers. Look what's happened since then. I don't think anybody in Napa Valley would regret the fact that Napa Valley is currently such a beautiful place and a revered place. Same with Walla Walla, starting out with onions. It is very, I think, beneficial for the community. We are now in Culver. We have a winery there. We have never had a complaint. We have definitely improved the look of that property by anybody's standard. And for that, I think respectfully that this commission should take seriously that the proposed Lava Terrace winery and tasting room would be a beneficial aspect to the area around it. Finally, that acreage that they were on, which was a farm area that was surrounded by homes, again, had no problem. And the quality of the wine produced in the area, maybe not known as much in this area, but nationally, I can speak for sure for several of us, have done quite well, including being awarded medals and honors nationally above Walla Walla, above Napa Valley. So thank you very much for.
Thank you. Sterling Respass, then following will be Ken Cook.
Good morning. My name is Sterling Respass, living at 1001 Southeast 15th Street, number 115 in Bend, Oregon here. As an active member of the veteran community, I'm commandant of the Central Oregon Marine Corps League and a co-founding member of the Central Oregon Holiday Toy Drive. Would like to express our deepest support for the Lava Terrace Cellars group because of their active participation in our fundraising efforts to help both organizations with raising funds for high school student scholarships as well as the toy drives that we participate every year. I know that some of the members of the community are aware of what we have done with Toys for Tots and now Central Oregon Toy Drive, and the fact that we put on an annual Marine Corps ball that this past year, Lava Terrace was generous in their support for us, and we were able to raise over $18,000 in support of those nonprofit applications that we do. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Sterling, for your service.
Ken Cook and then Michael Sipe.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Commission. My name is Ken Cook. I reside at 20770 Lyra Drive, actually just about 1.5, 2 miles from the proposed site proposal to the amended usage. I have visited the site and would agree with Doug Maris's comments. These vineyards, tasting rooms, and wine production facilities in the rural areas definitely improve the aesthetic value and the community values that go along with these organizations and events. Myself, I was a winemaker and vineyard manager for over 20 years in the Willamette Valley. I since have retired and have been here in Bend, Oregon for the last year and a half. And am excited to see what's happening in Bend, Oregon and Central Oregon in general, considering the wine industry growth. I also applaud the Central Oregon Wine Growers Association for their application with the TTB to make this a recognized growing area for the American viticultural areas and AVAs. I was able to witness this in my 20 years in the Willamette Valley and what the AVA Signish can do for areas and for recognition and for bringing people to understand what they have going on here. It's a unique area here in Central Oregon. They're growing some great varieties and producing some wonderful wines that I can personally attest to. I don't really see any real downsides. I've heard that there's some concerns about water usage and wastewaters and things of that nature, but it would appear that they have done a lot of research and have these things in order and are progressing in a positive manner with these issues. Also, considering the tasting room and traffic that might occur for that, it's going to be, at least business model at the moment, is going to be by appointment only. So I can see that with only 6 to 8 people in the tasting room visiting at any one time and by appointment only, the traffic issues would be minimal. To me, and from everything I've heard already this morning from Tremaine and Wright and from the Barkers, it's just a win-win situation for Bend and the community and everybody else involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Ken.
Michael Sipe, and then following will be Carrie Damon. Or Damori, sorry.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mr. Lilac, nice to see you this morning. Michael Sipe, 1001 Southwest Disk Drive, Bend 97702. I'm here to speak to 2 issues, character and common sense. As far as character, I've known the Barkers for many years. I've worked with them on many community projects. They're some of the most generous business owners in our region and have made incredible contributions to the community through Rotary Club, the Bend Christmas Parade, the veterans activities, many, many things. So I come here today to attest to the highest level of their character. And the reason that I think that's important is because we're not talking about just making an approval. We're talking about who the people are that will be actually running this business and the things that they say they'll do. It's been my experience that anything they say they're going to do, they're not only going to do it, they're going to do it with excellence above and beyond even what was promised. And I think we're already seeing that in the amended application. So from a character standpoint, I don't think you could possibly support a better business or better people. From a common sense standpoint, it sounds like this has already been approved, so this should be a super simple issue. Unfortunately, I've observed as a member of the business community, I've observed a number of these kinds of circumstances where what I call spurious claims have derailed and delayed the work of good people trying to accomplish good projects for years and years. And it's a really frustrating thing to observe this happening again in this circumstance. What I mean by spurious claims, an example is the usage of water. Do you know the typical medium-sized farm, 5 acres, medium use is 100,000 gallons a month? With Lava Terrace, they're anticipating 35,000 gallons a year. So that's what I mean by spurious claims that just make things up that cause problems. So my request to you out of common sense to support the local business community, to support local agricultural, agribusiness, agritourism, this is a really beneficial use. And I just urge you to apply common sense to this and approve the application. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seib.
Carrie?
Good morning. My name is Kerry Damon. I live at 2485 Northwest Hemingway Street here in Bend. Thank you for providing the time to allow me to come before the Board of Commissioners. I have been directly involved in the wine industry for over 30 years in the state of Oregon and previously in California. Currently, I am the vineyard manager of Redside Vineyard in Terrebonne and the current president of the Central Oregon Wine Growers Association. I'm here today to give my strong support for the land use action application to give approval for the on-site tasting room and boutique wine production facility on the property owned by Dina and Dwayne Barker. The property is located on Rock of the Ranch. That is made up of 20 individual properties zoned multiple use agriculture. The summary purpose of this zoning allows for agriculture and limited commercial uses associated with agriculture. Allowed uses and conditional uses are semi-public and public uses, and commercial activities in conjunction with farm use. The Barkers, in developing Lava Terrace Vineyard, have been active partners with the Central Oregon Wine Growers Association's mission to develop and promote awareness for a sustainable vineyard and wine culture dedicated to responsible land stewardship and preservation of Central Oregon's natural resources. On January 13th, 2026, the Central Oregon Wine Growers Association was proud to announce the official submission of an application to the TTB to establish a federally recognized American viticultural area in Central Oregon. This formally defines Central Oregon as a distinct and celebrated wine growing region. The AVA initiative and the overall growth of Central Oregon's wine industry has received enthusiastic support from local and statewide partners. Oregon State University's viticultural researchers have collaborated with many of Central Oregon's wine growers, Lava Terrace included. Has empowered the Central Oregon wine industry through scientific and research-driven solutions. Two of Oregon's wine industry governing bodies, the Oregon Wine Board and the Oregon Wine Growers Association, have expressed strong support in the continued growth for local vineyards and wineries.
That's 3 minutes.
Okay.
Wrapping up.
All right. I would strongly ask that the board enforce the current policy and land use of the MUA-10. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Thank you,
joining.
Carrie.
Chira Sowers. And then following will be Robert Sowers.
Good morning. My name is Shara Sowers. I reside at 2593 Northeast Johnson Creek Road in Prineville. I am here today on behalf of Dina and Dwayne Barker and Lava Terrace Cellars. I have known Dina and Dwayne for 10 years and have always known them to be extremely hard workers. In their businesses, they have a creative eye for detail and a forward-thinking mindset. The level of devotion that they both have put into their vineyard is admirable and speaks directly to their integrity and values as farmers. A vineyard is not an easy crop to grow and maintain. Doing so with success requires a dedicated commitment only a select few people will achieve. In a world where we are learning more and more about the dangers of herbicides, fungicides, and pesticides, the fact that Dina and Dwayne do not use such practices in their vineyard should put their neighbors at ease. Considering that they will not be exposed to such poisons being sprayed from their farm. The benefits of regenerative farming are such that there are no chemicals used at all. The soil actually continues to build and become more alive with each year that the practices are continued. In their vineyard, you will not find a sterilized floor of dead and dying soil, but instead, a wonderfully alive soil that keeps their plants healthy and vibrant. This type of farming supports not only the biome of the soils, but promotes health and wellness for those who consume the products produced that way, which directly translates into their delicious tasting wines. We are learning that plants, fruits, vegetables grown in a sterile environment require many chemical applications to keep them free of pests and disease, and that the fruits of those plants will be severely depleted of nutrients because they are grown in soils that do not contain those nutrients. An added benefit of this type of growing also means that no high salt or petroleum-based fertilizers will be used. Therefore, no chance of soil or water contaminants from their farm. Another wonderful advantage of having farmers growing a crop that is a perennial means no plowing. Plowing creates dust and debris on a regular basis. There will be none or little of that at all. The practices used at Lava Terrace Cellars, in their vineyard are healthy, renewable, and fantastic for the environment. What a win. Let's talk about the wines. The wines that Lava Terrace are producing are absolutely delicious. The improved varietals grown in Central Oregon make delicious wines, and the Barkers have some of the best I have ever tasted. Their award-winning wines speak for themselves, and the innovative idea of having a tasting room available by appointment right in the midst of the vineyard for guests to come, taste, and enjoy is a fabulous one. Not only will a policy of by appointment keep traffic down in the area, but it will help out-of-town visitors plan for a wonderful and fun-filled visit to Central Oregon. Imagine the idea that people can taste the delicious wines grown and crafted locally by simply booking an appointment during their stay. They can be offered a relaxing tour of the vineyard, learn so much about our climate and growing region. They will see the vines for themselves and experience a truly regenerative farm in an absolutely beautiful and inviting atmosphere. Sorry, I only had 2 sentences.
I know you were going real good there. Thank you so much.
Sorry. It was close.
Mr. Robert Sowers. Then Kevin Riley following. He wasn't going to take a breath, so I couldn't break in there. I know.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for hearing it. My name is Robert Sowers. I live at 2593 Northeast Johnson Creek Road, Prineville, Oregon. Also good friends with Dina and Dwayne, and I'm here to speak in behalf of their permits and in question. Barkers, their journey to grow and produce wine grapes and to make quality wine from this area has been an arduous task. They've been very involved and attentive to the needs and the desires of this community. As you know, small businesses have a real challenge to survive in our current environment, especially when it involves their growing practices to support healthy and clean living. The grape varietals they have chosen require very little intervention to thrive in our environment. This, along with the regenerative farming practices, which eliminate the need to use harmful agricultural chemicals and sprays, lends itself to clean, favorable wine. Being herbicide, fungicide, and pesticide free is something I'm not sure can be said for most of the wines on the shelves of today's stores. I hope so, but you don't know those qualities because they don't always practice these same farming characteristics. This improves grape varietals require fewer growing intervention practices. They uses less water than most crops. They have natural resilience to disease and pests in general. And in addition, regenerative growing practices naturally bolster the resilience of these plants, which lends itself directly to the characteristics of the wines produced. These practices should be appreciated by anyone who cares for their own exposure in regards to living a healthy lifestyle. If I am a neighbor or a customer of theirs, I would want to know and definitely support these types of farming practices. Dina and Dwayne have been an instrumental part of Central Oregon Wine Growers Association, putting this region on the map for growing quality wines. And the application for a federally recognized AVA was encouraged by their success in growing grape wines and making truly quality wines. What better way to share their experiences with others and to share from the comfort of their tasting room and vineyard itself. So I thank you and hope that you consider this in your decisions.
Great.
Thank you, Robert.
All right, Kevin Riley and then Phil Bray.
Morning, my name's Kevin Riley and I live at 20545 Bowery Lane. My property is directly to the northeast of the Barkers, and we've had a front row seat to see this vineyard come to life over the years. And I would say it's just been, I think, really amazing what the Barkers have been, what they've been able to create. My wife, my two children and I, we farm across the street from them. We have approximately 1,800 lavender plants that we grow and harvest, and my wife creates into products that she sells at farmers markets locally across Central Oregon. So very supportive of the local farming community and small businesses and small farms, including the one that we've got across the street with the Barkers. I got to know the Barkers starting 14 years ago when we moved in, almost through what I would describe as probably crisis management on my side, because we are tied to their property in a couple of ways. One is our irrigation runs through their property. The other is that we do share well with them. And some of those things didn't work when I first moved in. The irrigation didn't fully flow to our property. And it took a couple of years before I was able to afford changes to that. But when I was ready, Dwayne actually picked up irrigation pipe for me, dug a couple 100 feet of trench, and helped me lay irrigation pipe to make the system work so that I can get the water that I was supposed to be getting all along. The well also, we have times when pipes freeze, pump doesn't work, the well's gone dry, and the one thing I can count on is when I call Dwayne that he is going to soon be down the hill looking to find a fix for what's going wrong. I would say that very, very much in support of this and what they're doing. I've had the opportunity to share my concerns with them. They've actually asked me multiple times, what are my concerns and what questions do I have? I think those concerns and the answers to those, the mitigation or remediation to my concerns are reflected in the application and that presentation that was shared earlier. I can say, for example, the well agreement that was referenced, that is something that I was able to sign on my own volition. I was able to ask them questions, for example, why the certain amount of water we put in on the agreement. Was able to independently verify that it's because it meets state laws. So very comfortable with the result of what was stated in there. And I would also say that this process, it's very interesting to review the record. I'm not immune to all the different opinions. Very, very understanding that not everyone agrees with this. But at the same time, I think this is a net positive for the community. I think it's great what they're doing, and really hope if it meets the land use requirements that you approve it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Kevin.
Phil Bray and then Greg Van.
My name is Phil Bray. I live at 1771 Northwest 35th Street, Redmond, Oregon. I'm here in support of Dwayne and Dina. I've been in the brewing and winemaking business for over 30 years, and I just wanted to lend a little perspective about what they're trying to accomplish. a 1,500 case winery is very small in the world of winemaking. That's about 3,600 gallons of wine. Compare that to where I'm currently brewing beer at Van Hanian Brewing. One batch of beer is half of that. It's about 1,700 gallons. That's in a day. So volume makes a big difference. As far as their wastewater solutions, they've done all the work necessary. Wastewater for a winery is very minimal. The majority of the water use is probably during harvest time. Rinsing equipment used for processing grapes. Grapes are very sweet and sticky, so you got to rinse that off. Any solids are collected, and as they have issued, they have a plan for compost. So basically any grape solids have always been returned to the vineyard. That's pretty standard practice in the wine community. As far as, there's been talk about the sustainability of grape growing. It is a great business for that because people care about their vines. They're a long-term investment. They're not something you put in and harvest the next year. They're there for generations. Another part of that sustainability is that they have to make money to stay in business. A tasting room is kind of an integral part of that. Given the small production and the difficulties of growing grapes in this climate, it pretty much requires you to sell as much as you can out of the tasting room to keep that business viable. That same model is very important to all the local breweries. Many local breweries need that tasting room to bring in the maximum amount of dollars to supplement themselves. Trying to make a business go strictly by the wholesale route is very difficult, especially so for the smaller producer. I think my experience with the wine growing community throughout my years is people get into the business not to make money. They do it because they're passionate about it. They care about the land. They care about the product. They care about the community. And Dwayne and Dina are examples of that. They live up to that standard and above and beyond. So there should be no issue with them with what they want. And I hope you guys do approve their land use. Thank you.
Thank you,
for
Phil.
joining us. Greg Van, and then following will be Abel Abel. We'll figure out the last name afterwards.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Greg Van. I live at 63985 West Quailhaven Drive. I'm on the corner of Rogers Road and Quailhaven. As you saw on the map, I'll be one of the people that will see the traffic, which will be minimal in my mind. That goes for my backyard. I've known Dwayne and Dina for probably 5 years now, and I've been in their property a number of times. And what I've found is they're definitely dedicated to making wine. Before I moved to Bend, Oregon, I ran a 10-acre organic farm in Boulder, Colorado, where I thought it was hard to grow product there. Growing here is even worse. It's really hard to make it work. So they're making a success on their crop. A couple things here on the permitting process. You've heard the information. I've heard it. It seems like they're following everything to the T in terms of hitting the I's and dotting the I's and hitting the T's. Localized farming is important to me because I'm a board member of High Desert Food and Farm Alliance. Dina and Dwayne are actively involved with our organization, and we appreciate their support. Having a destination like a winery, as you've heard from the professional winemakers in the back, and a tasting room is something where at High Desert Food and Farm Alliance, we see opportunities for people coming to Bend. This is what we're 2040 plan is to have other opportunities for people to come here and enjoy and spend tourist dollars. A winery, we've all been in Napa or Sonoma, wherever it might be for a location, Walla Walla or Willamette Valley. And vineyards and wine tasting rooms they bring the dollars in. It's an easy sell for me. In terms of neighborhood impact, having a scheduled tasting room with events that are going to be limited, this is going to be minimal. I ride my bike on Hunnell Road on Bowery Lane all the time, and I really enjoy watching the vineyard come to life in the springtime and throughout the harvest time in the fall. And I just met the guy who does the lavender field. I ride my bike by that lavender field, and now I know who owns that. In terms of traffic routing, I think the That has been minimal because what you see right now, but the other piece is once Hunnell is completed to Cooley Road, it's like a half a mile from Cooley Road up to Bowery Lane. And it'd be an easy access point to get to and from the Lava Terrace cellars with minimal impact on the neighborhood. So I totally 100% support this approval process, and hopefully the commissioners will grant this, move this forward, and get this as a process in the work. So I love to enjoy their wine. It's great tasting. If you've not tried it, I definitely recommend it. It's definitely an award-winning wine. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Greg.
So, Abel. Is it Magaria?
It's Magana.
Magana. See, I was, there's an R or N, or I wasn't sure. Oh, I see. It's, got it. Magana.
Awesome. Well, my name is Abel Magana. Thank you. I live at 22252 Nelson Road in Bend, Oregon. We live on the east side of Bend in MUA zone land, and we are definitely in support of the Barkers. Allowing wine activities in conjunction with farm use provides the economic mechanism to keep agricultural land in production and productive. This proposal definitely supports ag use. It does not replace it or change it. The Barkers have done everything to appease the opposition and comply with codes in the request from the county. They have done more than most in MUA 10 zone to promote agricultural use in those areas. And it would be very sad to see a denial of the conditional use permit. From a passionate standpoint, not only would that be crushing of someone's dreams, but also years of hard work to put this into development. It would also set the precedent for emerging farmers like myself, that even code-compliant value-added ag use in MUA may not be supported. And this would discourage many young people to keep local agriculture alive. So I respectfully ask that the county evaluate the proposal based on its compliance with the applicable standards and its role in supporting the long-term agricultural use in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Abel.
Thank you. Thank you, Abel.
Aaron Dixon. Then following will be Crystal Dahlhausen.
Aaron Dixon, 20530 Bowery Lane. And I'm actually the direct neighbor to the north, so we share a property line. So my front door opens to basically Dwayne's farm. And so I've witnessed Dwayne's farming activities and for over the, say, almost 9 years now. And so 365, you know, I'm there, I see him, he's first to wake, he's the hardest working guy I've ever seen. So he's helped the community through snow plowing and road maintenance, ditch clearing for the irrigation. And I just completely trust what he's doing. And I think he's going to follow through with everything he said. And I approve and appreciate everything he's done with the farm use. Most people in the neighborhood might be watering grass or weeds, but he's actually producing something with grapes. And I just appreciate his effort. And it's definitely a labor of love that, you know, he's not getting rich on this, and he's put just an immense amount of time and money and effort into this. And I just hope it pays off for him in the best way for him and community and everybody around. And I think everybody will enjoy it once it's done. Appreciate that.
Great. Thank you so much, Aaron.
Thank you, Aaron.
Crystal Dahlhausen.
I noted in the submitted letters a statement that the winery has divided the neighborhood. I agree that the neighborhood is very divided. However, I do not think it is true that the winery divided the neighborhood. The campaign to get the the homeowners association, goes back quite a few years. the winery was one issue among other issues that was used to convince people that our system of governing ourselves was inadequate. It was the tactics that were used and the way the HOA was done that was destructive to the unity and friendships in the community. And I submitted a letter going over some points that I saw in the comments. But I'd like to say today that I hadn't paid much attention to the Barkers. I knew they were interested in regenerative farming, and I was just happy they weren't using herbicides. But since I've had a chance to visit with and see their place several times in the last couple of years, I've been very impressed. The Barkers are always observing, doing research, and experimenting. And we've had lots of interesting conversations. I have a long interest in organic gardening and farming. It's now called regenerative and permaculture. And I have friends. When I lived in Washington, I spent my time with organic gardeners in Idaho. They have little small organic farms. And the Barkers, it dawned on me that it reminds me of the farms I love up in Idaho because it's very productive. Now they are in forest, this is a different climate, but they've made this very productive and they've integrated livestock with the crop, all the things that are, I think, very important the traffic will go the length of my property, and that's probably all of Bowery Lane that will be used. And I don't mind these visitors coming because I think young people have it kind of tough in this particular environment today. And I just want more people to go into regenerative farming. I think it's wonderful to have these small farms and producing nutritious, healthy products. And their wines are quite nice. When I tasted the 2018 Marquette, I thought it was the best wine I'd ever tasted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal, for coming.
Is there anyone else in the room or online here to testify in support of this application? So yeah, I don't have the paper, but maybe on the page here. Oh, no, I do have it. Sorry. It was just on the bottom. It was on the bottom.
No problem. Good morning, commissioners and Mr. Lilac. I'm here to speak in support of the Barkers and their application here. I've turned in a written letter that I'll kind of address the issues in it today. But, I just want to say that I'm mostly here in a legal perspective because, and it was just touched on by Crystal Dahlhausen, that at the same time that this application was proposed, to the county, the people that are now opposing it, the majority of them, went to work setting up new amendments to an original declaration from 1966 to try to create a homeowners association, to try to raise dues and fees, tried to increase the restrictions on the use of property to the point where I don't think the vineyard or the lavender farm would be allowed under those new restrictions, and did a lot of other processes. I, on behalf of the Barkers, in May of 2023, filed a lawsuit to invalidate those 22 amendments. And I'm here today primarily to update you on that lawsuit. And it's not really related to your case here because you're in the land use venue. But in the civil court, the issue was whether there was a homeowners association in this neighborhood. And that That's been resolved now by the court here in Deschutes County, and it was a resounding no. There's no planned community. There's no homeowners association created, and all of the restrictions have been invalidated. What's concerning to me is many of the opponents, I read their submittals to you, they've all referred to the homeowners association. There never has been one, there isn't one now, and I've submitted the court order that the judge has signed saying that. So that's one thing, when you hear it referred to as the homeowners association, there isn't one. The other thing that is commonly used is the statements about, well, the original declaration, CC&Rs, prohibited commercial activities. That's not true either. I have copies of those. I wasn't going to submit those, both the amendments, one because there's so many. They had 4 pages of amendments to try to create this new organization. But the original wording was there was nothing other than residential uses, but they allowed a process to have other than residential uses. And we're in the process now of eventually trying the case on that issue of whether those are still valid prohibitions or restrictions, given the 60 years and that they've never been enforced. And there's lots of what we would call other than residential uses, including the vineyard that's been there for 8 years and things like Lavender Farm and other things will prove. So I just want to bring up the speed. When you hear people talk about it, opposing it, if they use those words, they're legally inaccurate.
Thank you for joining us. As I say, was there anybody online in support of this application? Okay, seeing none. So at this time, there'll be a appellant 30-minute opportunity here, and then following will be persons in opposition. So thank you for joining us today. So I think it's you, and you have more than 3 minutes is the concept here. Yeah, okay. Making sure we're on the same page. So 30-minute window for you.
Take 30 minutes.
Okay.
My name is Michel Bayard. I lived on the 20555 Bowery Lane. First, I would like to mention that what the previous person said is incorrect. 1966 CC&Rs are called HOA at that time. It has been enforced. It's still legal, according to my attorneys. And the fact that he said that the HOA that was updated in 2022 was declared illegal, the judgment is not final. So let's not say we don't have an HOA, we do. And that HOA does not allow commercial activity on Bowery Lane. First and foremost, Oregon law, ORS 215-452, explicitly states that an Oregon winery shall be sited on land zone exclusive farm use and must have a minimum parcel size of 15 acres. Even though Deschutes County local land use code states that the winery may be sited on land use MU10, Oregon state law prevails and therefore does not allow it. To qualify as a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use, the activity must be functionally dependent on the farm operation occurring on the subject property. The mere thematic relationship between agriculture and commerce is insufficient. Activities whose impact, traffic, wastewater generation, weddings, wine-related events, etc., exceed what the underlying farm could reasonably generate and must not be allowed. These impacts are more consistent with industrial processing than with farm use. The on-site vineyard cannot reasonably supply the vine volume proposed to produce 1,500 cases of wine. A general rule is that about 5 to 6 acres of vines would be required. The Barkers, according to my latest research, only have 3.25 acres of vines. And in Central Oregon, climate and land, they will probably need 7 acres of vines. Off-site grape sourcing then would be required. Agricultural production would function primarily as a justification for the winery rather than the economic driver of the site. Accordingly, the proposal inverts the required hierarchy by making farm use incidental to a commercial industrial processing facility. If a winery is approved on 4.5 acres parcel under a general commercial activity provision, it would create an unlawful precedent. The acreage thresholds in ORS 215-452 would be effectively nullified. Other processing facilities like brewing, cream, food processor, etc., could claim similar treatment. The county's interpretation would undermine statewide planning goal 3 by encouraging fragmentation and commercialization of rural land. The authorization of winery on 5.45 acres parcel under a commercial activity in conjunction with farm use provision constitutes an impermissible circumvention of ORS 215-452 and a violation of statewide planning goal 3. I have a degree in oenology, which is the science of wine, from the University of Bordeaux. A consultant with small wineries in France to deal with their wastewater issues, where small wineries are not usually allowed in residential neighborhoods. The reason for that is that you cannot process wastewater in an urbanized area. The only reason that a winery can be allowed is that if they use a service that takes the wastewater and treats it somewhere else. Such a service does not exist in Oregon. I'm very concerned about the amount of winery wastewater Lavaterra cellars will produce by making 1,500 cases of wine in a 2-month period or less, resulting in 25,000 to 28,000 gallons of wastewater. That is not de minimis. There is no guarantee that this volume of wastewater can be properly treated. I am very worried that the aquifer that feeds all the wells in our neighborhood might get polluted by poorly treated wastewater. According to the Barker's application for a conditional use permit for a winery in conjunction with farm use, the Barkers will collect the wastewater in 3 totes, where it will be treated before being released on the vineyard. Each tote can hold 275 gallons of wastewater. The treatment of 25,000 to 28,000 gallons of wastewater could take a long time. Over 30 successive treatments will have to take place. Where would the untreated wastewater be stored in the meantime? Another big concern is that DEQ states that no wastewater treatment permit is required, meaning that no control of the quality of the treated wastewater will occur. Then the Barkers can do anything they want. 7 residents on the Rocker Ranch neighborhood on Barry Lane rely on wells for their household wastewater, including the Barkers. The land in our neighborhood is made of very porous volcanic soil. If badly treated wastewater is released after wine processing, there is a great danger that it will quickly seep down and pollute our aquifer, feeding this well. This will force these 7 residents to get their water from Evian at huge expense, and it will probably result in $1 million lawsuits. I would like to request that DEQ requires a permit for the wastewater treatment so its quality can be controlled before releasing it on Barker's Vineyard. And final comment is what you heard today from people, mostly people in favor of the winery. Most of them don't live on Barrow Lane, so of course they won't be impacted by what the winery is doing. So I would like to mention that 10 out of 15 residents on Barrow Lane strongly oppose the winery, and a lot of them are retired, fairly old, and in bad health, and they couldn't come today, but they put opposition testimony in the record. And I think, Toby, you want to say something?
Oh, well, yeah.
Now's your chance. Yeah. You can grab the other microphone next to him.
I agree with Michelle. First of all, Oregon law, to
Oh, do you want to
Yes,
introduce yourself?
Oh,
Just for the
I'm
record.
sure. I'm sorry. I'm
Thank you.
Julie Bayard. I live at 20555 Bowery Lane in Bend. I agree with that Oregon Law 215.452 explicitly states that an Oregon winery can only be cited on land zoned as exclusive farm use and has to have a minimum parcel size of 15 acres. And the point Michelle made is right. We're all on wells. And there is no way, first of all, there's no way that that vineyard can produce that amount of wine. They're going to have to bring in grapes from other vineyards, which I don't know the legal issues associated with that. But I know this is one thing I want to make really clear. The opposition's the Barker's attorney put something in the record that's attributed some testimony that I put into the county commission. In fact, what I entered into the record was testimony to LUBA, the Land Use Board of Appeals. And this case is being considered right now by LUBA. It's on the, I was able to read all of the testimony on the LUBA website. I'm actually a follower of LUBA, which is the Land Use Board of Appeals. And this is going to be appealed for sure. And it's going to take some time. It's going to happen sometime in 2026. Probably not in the first quarter looking at what's on the LUBA document, a docket, but this is going to become contested by LUBA, the Land Use Board of Appeals, simply because you cannot have a winery on land zoned MUA 10. And there are other issues too related to wastewater. And I think that we have to keep in mind the safety of our neighborhood, because we're, like Michelle said, we're all on wells, virtually all of us. And this amount of wastewater is definitely going to percolate down into the aquifer, particularly because of the porous soil. And it's going to be a big lawsuit. And actually, state of Oregon can be held liable, perhaps the county, if you approve it, and certainly the Barkers. That's all I have to say.
I just want to say one more thing regarding the HOA, which was created in 1966, is still valid and does not allow a commercial activity on MUA 10 on the Rock of the Range land. So today is not the final word, whatever happens. Thank you very much.
LUBA is definitely going to rule on this case.
Thank you very much for joining us. So that, as I say, that was Toby and Michelle Bayard. So those were the two that requested to speak in opposition. At this time, Gail Jensen. Lowell. Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
The extra minutes back to Michelle.
Well, time isn't the problem for this group here. Is there anyone online with the raised hand feature? So someone online. So, William, please join us. You've been joined into our meeting here.
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, yes. My name is William McVicker. I live across the street on the south end of Bowery Lane at 20515 Bowery Lane. I wasn't planning on speaking today, but after listening to all the testimonies today from many people who, like Michelle said, don't live nearby Bowery Lane, they will have little to no impact from the daily operations of this winery. So I felt compelled that I should speak up at this time. So like I said, I live across the street. I have 3 young children, ages 9, 7, and 5. And I also work from home. So I'm very present here. And so I feel like my testimony has some bearing. I will say that I am friends with the Barkers. My family's been friends there. We lived there about 1.5 years. And they have been welcoming neighbors. But I do want to express my concerns. And I feel like there have been several oversights presented that I wanted to bring to your guys' attention. Since I am new, as in 1.5 years of living in Bowery Lane, I have a lot of experience with unfamiliar people coming into the neighborhood to visit us. Our friends have visited several times. And so I wanted to add insight onto my experience from that. First off, visitors coming from the north side of the county, Redmond in particular, they're going to be coming from Highway 97 or North Hunnell Road. So the highlighted road route that was presented is not accurate for at least half the people that are coming visiting and all the people from the north. They're going to come from either Bowery Lane through 97. Harris Road is another option that Google Maps provides, and also North Hunnell Road. And I want to point out that the speed limit on Highway 97 is 65 miles an hour, and I've experienced many dangerous situations there. In particular, ever since the overpass on Highway 97, many people use Bowery Lane as a U-turn to return back to the Cascade Village turnoff. So that is a very dangerous area. And during this hearing, I pulled up Apple Maps directions, and from Walmart, for example, south of the county, and it takes you directly over the bridge. It does not take you to Hunnell Road and Rogers Road. So there will be a lot of traffic coming through Bowery Lane on the east side. The other point I want to bring up is there are no sidewalks on Bowery Lane. It's a small gravel road, sorry. My family and many of the residents in the neighborhood use the road for walking, biking. Even my wife does horseback riding on the road occasionally. And people coming through that road will not see those people when they come around several blind corners. My kids have been out on the road, and occasionally, to our dismay, even though we have a fenced road, and I think that increased traffic from both sides of Bowery Lane on my property is something that needs to be seriously considered. I think that just moving rock pillars for one of the blind corners that we have multiple, is not enough to address the traffic safety issues. I think those need to be addressed.
3 minutes.
Okay. How come they got 30 minutes and I only get 3 minutes?
So they're the appellant on this ongoing case, and it was a procedural item. So you're providing testimony just as an opponent statement.
All right. That's all I have. I think that addressing traffic issues is a serious concern, and it's more than just saying Hunnell Road is paved now. It's good.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, William.
Is there anyone else? Okay, so seeing none, that's all the testimony we have for today. Rebuttal. Oh, yeah. So,
We hear the
oh,
rebuttal.
not a problem. Yeah, exactly. So at this time, rebuttal from the applicant.
Commissioners, before the applicant's team provides their rebuttal testimony, staff thought it might be advantageous for the board to hear from our senior transportation planner regarding Bowery Lane and that condition of approval.
Great, thank you. So we're going to go kind of deep into a topic right now. A little bit of official position, okay?
Sure, yeah. Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning. Tarek Rawlings, Senior Transportation Planner with the Community Development Department and the Road Department. Just on behalf of the agency, commenting procedures. Our address is 117 Northwest Lafayette. I'm here to just speak to, however the board decides ultimately with this. There's an outstanding issue of some private property being located in the right-of-way corridor of Bowery Lane. That's noted in record. With this particular modification that's come up, I just wanted to reiterate what I've already put into record, which is that one of the requests is kind of a two-part modified condition, one part asking for essentially an exception to any of that property that's agricultural related to not be subject to the removal from the right-of-way. I just don't see that as like a negotiable piece, that this property does need to be removed from the right-of-way. At any rate, this is something that we've expressed for a while now, and it's a safety hazard, and it's a visual and physical obstruction in the right of way. The second part of their requested modified condition, I think this is condition EE 1 and 2. So condition 2, part 2 of that is asking for a deferral of that removal until April 30th, 2027, and we're amenable to that. We understand that this is a seasonal activity, and that can be really disruptive to remove some of those things. I think it's fencing and trellising and vines and things like that are in the right of way. So I don't believe any of this is intentional. It's just a safety requirement to remove those items from the right of way. So I just, however you enter deliberations, I just wanted to highlight that technical aspect, that we really, there's really no room for an exception for anything agricultural related. Everything has to be removed from that right-of-way corridor for safety purposes.
Great.
That was really all I had to.
Yeah, so that's kind of testimony from our own transportation planning, but yeah, giving us good clarity on that.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioners.
Thank you, Tarek.
At this point, rebuttal.
Thank you. Excuse me. For the record, my name is Elaine Aldrich. I'm outside legal counsel for Lava Terrace with Davis Wright Tremaine. We're at 560 Southwest 10th Avenue, Portland 97201. Let's just start by saying what we heard today was nothing new. We have been working for a long time to address the concerns that we have heard from the neighbors in the community, and to refine the applicant's proposal to ensure that not only are we meeting the code, but we feel like we're going above and beyond to address the concerns that have been raised on the record, and demonstrate that potential impacts can be avoided, minimized, or mitigated. The hearings officer decision stands before you as an approval of the use as was proposed, subject to conditions. Many of those conditions deal with the issues that you've heard today. And then coupled with that, we have proposed modifications to the proposed use that further refine the use, that we think goes directly to further minimization and mitigation of potential impacts to bolster affirming the hearings officer decision. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I do have a couple of comments about the conditions of approval. Appreciate the comments that we heard from staff. And I hope to navigate our way today such that we can close the record, close the public hearing, and proceed to deliberations.
So the one note I made, and this may get a little bit technical, but the water disposal from production, I'm envisioning that part of that is just using fresh water to clean, rinse off dirt, right? So, but then there'll be a moment where there is cleaning materials and soap and everything in there too. So as I said, I don't want to get too deep into it, but it's just getting clear. Because, if there's 20,000 gallons, a lot of it may just be wash water, just rinsing without any chemicals or anything.
And that's what the wastewater management plan that DEQ reviewed and approved addresses, is like the process by which that the potable water is used to clean equipment, rinse equipment, and then it goes into holding tanks. That was an issue in the underlying decision before the hearings officer about ponds versus tanks, so we've adjusted to tanks. That then
How large are those tanks?
275 gallons
each.
each, and there are 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's a process, right? Like it happens over time. It's not held all the same time and then done all at once. So it's iterative. So we think that that's detailed in the DEQ plan and included in some of the volume calculations that are in that plan.
So yeah, that's something we could study, but it's in the record more. So as I said, I guess I didn't prepare for that. Commissioner Dare has the record. I'll print it out and we can get to it online real easy. So I don't have that in front of me right now, but that's the way I've been working recently.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that we worked through with this modification is providing more expert testimony and evidence into the record. We had already had the traffic engineering reports to address traffic safety and the comments that were from the county agencies and divisions. But in addition to that, then we worked extensively with the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality to develop this management plan and get it reviewed and approved with that letter of determination. That was a really big step for us that we think goes a long ways to addressing concerns. And then also working with the fire district on the site plan. Like we have further refined the site plan to include more detail that were at issue in the staff's issues in prior deliberations. So, and then the hearings officer decision had a condition of approval requiring review and approval by the fire district, and now that has been taken care of. So we feel that that takes the application a long ways too.
Okay, so that's it for kind of the official rebuttal. Any other questions, Commissioner?
So when will that part of the building be redesigned, moved back so it's within?
Yes, good question. So the future winery building, proposed winery building, will be retrofitted prior to operations. The Barkers already have the plans for how that would happen, so they know exactly what they need to do, and that the engineering plans are there for them to execute.
Okay. Is their wine, is it certified organic?
That's a good question.
The wine isn't certified organic, but at this point in time, we are looking at pursuing that certification. We can move forward with doing that. It just hasn't been something on top of the list with everything else that we've been dealing with so far.
So yeah, the room doesn't pick up the mic real well if you do
Yeah,
that. So if you want to,
For that
yeah.
time, the wine is not certified as organic, but it is something that the Barkers are looking into and look forward to pursuing in the future.
Great.
Okay. All right.
No, we're good. We're good.
Just leave it there. Okay.
One thing I would like to address as it relates to the winery building coming into compliance, and something that staff addressed with the right-of-way encroachment, is we do intend to remove all things from the right-of-way, whether it be agricultural or not. It's just the timing issue that staff touched on related to the vines and the trellises, and trying to get a little more time to remove those during the 2 dormant periods.
Understood. One other question, a note is the footprint of the agriculture going to expand? Or I guess, would there be more grapevines in the future, or just maturing the grapevines that are there?
Great question. So through the removal of the vines currently in the right-of-way, they are being relocated on the vineyard. And then the plan really is to grow the vineyard as much as possible based on the land.
But it's really the function of maybe the irrigation right from the irrigation district with the footprint allowed to be irrigated. Okay, kind of answered my own question there. Thank you.
So I believe we know this, but is it 25% of the grapes can come from adjoining counties then? So they could buy them from Crook or Jefferson County or Klamath if they were available? Is that, and then I don't know about Lynn County.
Yeah, taking a look at the county's code, the code allows for the use, I can pull up the code if you'd like, but basically for our purposes, it's the processing of those grapes as a part of the commercial activity. And they can purchase grapes from abutting counties. For this type of use, there is actually not a 25% limitation in the code.
Okay, there's no limitation then.
That said, the grapes that are grown on the Barkers land are the primary input into their wine production facilities, and they bring in grapes as needed, but the grapes from the property are the most integral part of their wine production process.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, any other questions or thoughts? I don't have anything at this time. Is there anything else in rebuttal?
No, thank you for your consideration, and we respectfully request your approval with the revised conditions as proposed in the applicant's presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So at this time, next step is to make decisions about closing the record in some form, if there's an open record period, and working towards deliberations. It is the two of us as the hearings body at this time, so yeah, Nathan can help us
Thank
do
you.
that a little bit. So I haven't heard any requests for keeping record open at this point in time.
Yes,
either
that would
party.
be something that the board can consider if the applicant or you believe you needed more information.
The applicant just asked us to close.
Yeah, so then it'd be up to us if there's something, we asked questions today, and I'm comfortable closing the record. So at this time, let us just work through our process.
Could we have Stephanie, is there anything you could say about that?
Yeah, so my only thought is, there may be another case that she's referring to that's separate than this, if you can help clarify that. So, and explain what she just asked to.
I was going to ask the same thing.
Okay, good.
This application is not on appeal. So I would ask the appellant what case she's referring to, and then we can better address that.
Okay, so come on up and grab a microphone and explain that to us real quick so we can get real clear.
If you have a case name or a case number, you've been referring to the Luba docket, but I'm not aware of which case you're.
Just so we have clarity here.
You can, all of the testimony that was given today is already online on the this is on the Luba docket, for 2026. I'm certain of it.
But so what are we referring to? Because this is a modified application that has never been approved by Deschutes County. So this case, what's in front of us today, can't be in Luba because we haven't approved it. So you're referring to something else.
They were appealing the 2024 ruling or an earlier ruling. But I think this is still being actively studied by Luba. I'm quite sure of it.
Yeah, so as I say, this isn't a work product that is in Luba. This is not
Well,
there.
everything.
Maybe there's other topics, but
Well, if you go online in Luba, and I know how to do it, and look, I could read everybody's testimony, and they're still considering the validity of this application. I'm certain of it.
Why don't
we don't have the same information then.
Well, I am actually, I'm not a member of Luba. I'm not an attorney, but I follow all the Luba cases, not just this one. I'm interested.
Well, as I say, this case has a specific case number. So, when we refer to, 247464 CU for conditional use and 737 MA. So we have a case and an application that we're working with.
Please go ahead. Yes.
Elaine Albridge, for the record, as legal counsel and representative with Davis Wright Tremaine for the applicant, I just want to share that we provided evidence or comment onto the record that we know of no case pending before Luba. We're not representing Lava Terrace or Dwayne or Dina in any other capacity before Luba. And so we're not sure what is being referenced.
And then we're in the same spot.
Correct.
Okay.
The county and the applicant agree. So
that is correct, Commissioner Adair.
Okay.
So for this application, thanks for the appellant for trying to point something out, but we don't agree at this point. This is its own package. And as I say, I support proceeding with.
Document into the public record. I was accused of attributing it to the commissioners but in fact, it's in the public record now. There, the appeal.
Okay, thank you. But yeah, closing the record,
Yes.
proceeding.
Proceeding, closing the record.
Staff is willing to kind of outline those motions for the board, if that's okay.
Yep.
So at this time, the board can move to continue both the oral and written portions of the hearing to a date and time certain. That's option one. Option two, move to close the oral portion of the hearing, leave the written record open for a number of days, and schedule deliberations on a date to be determined. Thirdly, move to close the public hearing and set a date and time for deliberations on a date to be determined. Or lastly, move to close the public hearing and begin deliberations.
Commissioner Dare.
Closing. And, okay, so it's the first page. I don't know, are you up for deliberations today or to it be in,
So
or in another 2 weeks or something?
I could support deliberations today and closing the record. Knowing that a decision could be discussed, but not final.
Right.
Final.
You'd have to come back with it. Sure.
Commissioners, I'll just defer to staff of whether they're prepared to proceed with deliberations with the deliberations matrix or not. That may be, let me defer to planning staff to see if they're prepared to.
See, we have had a matrix in the past, but yeah, I mean, maybe we prepare for a little bit more formal deliberations.
Yeah, thank you, commissioners. Yeah, so as we were preparing for this public hearing, it wasn't clear to staff if we were going to need more time for the commissioners to receive more information. So we weren't sure if there was going to be an open record period. So we didn't prepare for deliberations today, but based upon the materials that we see in the record, now staff is prepared to bring deliberations forward to the board in the coming weeks.
So yeah, okay, let's do that. So deliberations at a date and time to be determined, closing the record for this public hearing today, and then following will be a decision.
Do you need to respond to your matrix of what your recommendations are, right? From a procedural standpoint?
Yeah, do you want to just voice that in the record?
Yeah, thank you. This is Elaine Albridge again for the applicant. We have a concern related to closing the record and the hearing, but allowing or asking staff to bring back a deliberation matrix that includes their recommendations, because we wouldn't have an opportunity to review or respond to that, and we're ultimately responsible for carrying the burden. So today we would request that the board move forward with deliberations without that deliberation matrix.
Don't they usually get to put some kind of comments in that? Or is it from prior information, Nathan? Or can you share that with them and then have them come back being part of it?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Dare. Yeah, so the way that staff would approach the deliberations is really to incorporate some of the information that we're learning today about the application, or take in that information and then bring that to the board as part of the deliberations. So not knowing what was going to be delivered today in terms of information would have been problematic.
Okay.
Right. I think, but from a procedural standpoint, and of course, it's always within the board's discretion, the applicant has the right to review and respond to staff's recommendations ultimately for the board. And so I just have concerns about protecting the process here. Are you able to make your recommendations today on the record?
Yeah. So, yeah, we've got a full open record. We've worked together, I think generally in very business-like fashion to get to a modified application. So I don't know that I'm worried too much about what ends up being in a deliberation matrix at this point. All this information is out there. This is the second round on it. We have had a deliberation matrix in the past that we started to work towards, and now this has been refined. So I'm just saying I'm comfortable with where we're at, and I don't know that and procedural is very serious business, though. We don't want to compromise procedure.
I would have expected staff a deliberation matrix to today's hearing. That's what I would have expected as the final hearing before the board.
Well, and as I say, we've got a culture and history of doing this over the years now. So the deliberation matrix is created as part of the record Well, from the record. Yeah.
And we-
I know we're precise right now. Yeah, we're precise right now.
And we've got Will here and we have Stephanie.
Yeah. I'll defer to
Our
Will.
entire team.
Peter.
Stephanie Marshall, I'll jump in. So when a packet is prepared and submitted as part of the board's future agenda, that everything that the board will be having in their hands will be published as part of that notice. And I also just wanted to state that the matrix is just a summary of everything that's been already provided. There's no new information that's set forth in a matrix. It's just a way for the board to work through the various decision points on the application.
So we prepare the strongest case possible. I think honestly, our teams do an excellent job.
So yeah, let's leave it at that. Set a date for deliberations, matrix.
Well, does Will have anything to say on top of it?
Well, thank you. Your planning manager, Will Groves. Just noting that, we've procedurally used deliberation matrices for decades. And what's important in those things is that staff is not introducing new argument or evidence that would in some way impact the record or the outcome before the board. And certainly the applicant is afforded the opportunity to file before LUBA procedural objections in the event that, if I came up with a new air photo and said, hey, board, you never saw this before, you should decide differently because of this, and they had no opportunity to respond, or new argumentation, those would definitely be fouls that would likely have procedural merit. We steer as wide as possible around those, and hope that we can do this in a way that will keep you out of procedural trouble as we have for many years.
If I may, just Elaine Alberts for the record, I would like to just document an objection to the process in the sense that staff did not prepare a staff report for this hearing. Instead, they just prepared more of a memo summary of the process to date. So staff has not presented their review and evaluation and recommendation on the revised materials before the board. And so essentially what this is doing is it's doing that after the fact, and then we don't have an opportunity to respond. And I'm sensitive to this because this has been a very long process. We've worked very hard towards a win-win situation. The result of staff's deliberation matrix last time caused some issues because we thought we had resolution on things that we didn't have resolution on. And so there's a sensitivity here that if we haven't seen what staff are recommending based on this revised material, that there will be new recommendations or conditions that applicant won't have had an opportunity to review and comment on. So that's just my concern that I expressed. For the record, I still want this to get closed and moved on. So I just will definitely agree with that. And I respect staff and all the work that they've put into this, but I want to just put that on the record. So thank you.
Okay, well, let's leave it at that for today. We're going to be very business-like, and procedure is number one here in Deschutes County, knowing that, there's a lot of eyes on this. So we'll proceed from there. So deliberations, future date, memo to be provided with a decision matrix with the current record as it is, and the record's closed at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're gonna take a 5-minute break and then we'll reconvene.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going to try to get caught up on our agenda and schedule. So proceeding with item number 7 at this point, consideration of first reading of ordinance number 2026-005, Cascades Academy Plan Amendment and Zone Change.
Thank you very much, Chair and Commissioners. For the record, Nicole Mardell, Principal Planner with Deschutes County Community Development. I'll keep this very brief. The item before you is first reading of Ordinance 2026-005. This would be approving a comprehensive plan amendment and related zone change for Cascades Academy to rezone and redesignate the property from surface mine and exclusive farm use to multiple use agricultural. The property is about 22.5 acres located immediately south of the Tumalo Rural Community, west of State Highway 20 and adjacent to the existing Cascades Academy campus. Public hearing was conducted by a hearings officer in November of 2024. The hearings officer did issue a recommendation of denial, citing a lack of Goal 5 findings. The applicant then provided some additional findings to address that concern, including an economic, social, environmental, and energy analysis. And on June 18th, the board held a public hearing to hear additional testimony on the applications, and the record closed on July 16th, 2025. The board deliberated on August 27th, 2025, and voted 2-1 to approve the application. Since that time, we had been coordinating with the applicant just on their comfort to move forward. So we received that last month and scheduled this reading as soon as possible. So today we're here to present that draft ordinance that reflects the outcome of the board deliberations, and a proposed motion is included in your agenda request.
Great. Thank you. Do my fellow commissioners have anything more to say on this topic before moving to motions?
I just want to say that I actually drive right by this location maybe once or twice a week when I go up Newport, when I go the scenic way to Tumalo, and I'm really glad that we're going to be able to do something. This is an outstanding school, and do the kids in Oregon deserve good schools? Yes. So glad you brought it back today.
I think we've said our piece on this in the past. I'll move approval of first reading of ordinance number 2026-005 by title only.
Second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Further discussion. All right, I'll take a moment to share why I will be voting no again on this item. I am very much in support of Cascades Academy. I am very much in support of schools. I was concerned with this application that schools are actually an allowable conditional use within exclusive farm use zoning. So I didn't really track fully track the reasoning for the need for the zone change for school purposes. And then I am also concerned that when this property is rezoned to MUA 10, some of it could be converted to rural residential development. And the unwillingness of the applicant to add conditions to that effect is a concern to me. So while I'm a supporter of Cascades Academy, I don't think that this rezone application and the conditions that came out of it were done well, and I will be voting no. Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, calling for the vote. Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Adair? Chair votes yeah. Chair votes no, sorry.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. I'll return on March 11th for second reading.
Great, thank you.
Oh,
yeah, now to do the reading now.
Okay. Read the okay. So before the Board of County Commissioners of Deschutes County, Oregon, an ordinance amending Deschutes County Code Title 23, the Deschutes County Comprehensive Plan, to change the comprehensive plan map designation for a certain property from agriculture and surface mining to rural residential exception area, and amending Deschutes County Code Title 18, the Deschutes County zoning map, to change the zone designation for a certain property from exclusive farm use and surface mine to multiple use agricultural. ordinance number 2026-005. All right. Now we're done, right? Okay. Thanks, Nicole. All right. Item number 8. A request to extend a 0.8 limited duration FTE community health specialist 2 position through June 30th, 2027 using grant funding.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioners. Jessica Jacks, Program Manager, Deschutes County Health Services. And I am here to request your approval to extend this position through, as Commissioner Chang said, June 2027. The simple version is that we have some grant resources to do so, and I'll provide a little bit more detail about those grants. This specific position is a community health specialist level 2. It's currently limited duration at 0.8. And it was initially funded through the Centers for Disease Control Drug-Free Communities grant, which was sunset in September of 2025. In 2023, you all approved our acceptance of a Central Oregon Health Council opportunity grant to support that CDC DFC grant to extend the position through September 30th of 2026. Additionally, we were successful in securing additional resources through the Oregon Health Authority's Strategic Prevention Framework Partnership for Success grant that you all approved in May 2025. We say Spiffy Puff instead of that long acronym.
Wow.
This position primarily focuses on increasing community collaboration for the purpose of reducing youth substance use. And they do this through community collaboration in the Shared Future Coalition. And please go to sharedfuturecoalition.org for more information. The total cost of the position in fiscal year 27 is $115,329. If approved, 0.6 FTE would be supported through the COHC opportunity grant, and 0.2 FTE through Spiffy Puff. And that, again, would go through fiscal year 27. I'm recognizing, one of those grants we've secured. Another grant is a federal grant and has been at the mercy of some shifting. And so we're hopeful that that particular grant will continue. But at this point, we have the word that we have now and are moving forward with that. Any questions?
Questions or comments?
Jessica, did you hear my comment this morning early that there's a possibility to change the secure bed hospitals, the teeny ones, the 16-bed ones up to 36, that's actually has a bill. And I would imagine it's going to be bipartisan, but it's from Representative Dan Goldman from New York. So this is something I've been working on for years, because that 16-bed limit, we're building the 16 beds in Redmond, but just think if we could actually have 36, at least it would be more helpful for our current population.
Thank you.
Jessica, when Commissioner Dare and I were at the National Association of Counties conference these last few days, I had the opportunity to attend a Healthy Communities breakfast, and describing to people from Georgia and Pennsylvania and New York and a couple of other states, Utah, the prevention work that we're doing in our community, help me better understand how innovative and advanced the work that we are doing in those prevention areas are, just kind of at a national level. So I wanted to thank you for that work, and express appreciation that to do that work, it takes finding lots of funding, and appreciate the work that public health is doing to find that funding so that we can provide these critical upstream services in our community, and are probably saving ourselves a whole lot of negative outcome data and numbers in the process.
That's the goal. Thank you.
And I'll just acknowledge, it looks like we're kind of in the same fiscal year, September 36th to the end of the fiscal year is what we're talking about here. So it's good to be able to get that clarity and into that, to that point in time into next year.
So I can make the motion.
Please.
Move to approve extending .8 limited duration FTE Community Health Specialist 2 through June 30th, 2027.
And I will second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Thanks very much, Jessica. Okay. Item number 9, courthouse expansion update. Thanks for sticking with us.
Patience.
Good afternoon, Lee Randall, Facilities Director.
Wayne Powderly, Cumming Group, Owner's Rep.
Kurt Schwaber, Pence Construction.
Eric Nielsen, Deschutes County Facilities.
And we're happy to be here today to provide our regular monthly update on the project. And we'll follow our typical process, and we'll start with Eric.
All right. So yeah, following our kind of normal outline here, we'll talk about current construction progress, upcoming work, construction timeline, and then end with the status of the project budget. So as you can see with the webcam image here, there's a lot of work going on around the courthouse expansion. Site work is ongoing. They're quite busy with that. And then most notably, the cladding installation is going kind of on all fronts on the exterior of the building. So just running through some milestones, Pence contractors set the backup generator for the expansion. And it's a 550 kilowatt generator that's designed to power the expansion with some backup capability in the existing building, primarily for data and network services that feed the expansion. But the main purpose of this generator is to power one courtroom to allow court proceedings to kind of finish and wrap up for the day. It's not backing up the whole building, but still provides some functionality to the courts. And as you can see, that generator is being located in what used to be the exercise yard when the jail was in the courthouse in the 1977 building. So we're kind of using that as an enclosure for the generator moving forward. On the topic of site work, there's a couple images of site work going on around the building. So on the left, they're working on sidewalks and driveway aprons in the right-of-way, and also a loading area out in the back of the existing courthouse building. And that loading area is primarily used for facilities and custodial access. It's also a primary staff entrance over there. Along Greenwood, they're excavating, getting ready for forming and pouring the concrete planters that'll go along Greenwood Avenue. And then working over onto the Bond Street side, kind of working out from the building with new crash-rated bollards out in front of the main entrance, and then getting into the right-of-way work as well with new curb lines. And these views here along Bond, this is what used to be parking, but the curb lines being pushed out. There's additional vehicle barriers and some safety measures being installed with the expansion to kind of provide some buffer between the street and the main entrance. Just a little zoom in here, the site work at the main entrance, they're working on the ramp, forming the ramp and the stairs. You'll see that there's some rigid insulation as part of the ramp, and that's because the ramp and the stairs, as well as the exit, have hydronic heating in them for snow melt during the winter. On the exterior, as I mentioned, the cladding installation is ongoing. You can see here, this was kind of an early photo when they started on the south facade on Greenwood Avenue, and they've since wrapped their way around onto the Harriman side. This is a fiber cement panel cladding system that's over a rain screen system with exterior insulation. And they are also working around off of the main entrance roof on scaffolding to get the cladding installed on that side too. Moving inside the building, where we have glazing in the lobby, which has been a really nice thing to see. You can see the natural light that comes into the lobby. Getting electrical fixtures installed and working towards installing the new security desk in this new public lobby. Public service counters, those have, for the most part, been installed since these photos were taken. The new glass has been installed with pass-throughs for interaction with the public. So as you can see, the finishes are going in on the first floor at the counters, and then also moving into the open office area. The carpet installation is complete. The ceilings are in. The lighting is in. Really, the bulk of the finishes on the first floor in this open office area. Break room and restrooms, casework installation is complete. Countertops have been installed. Plumbing fixtures have gone in. I think they may have installed the partitions in the restrooms, or they're working towards it. Getting close. And then the courtrooms, the major milestone really with the courtrooms is all the electrical and AV rough-in. And since that's been completed, they're now working on the finishes throughout the courtroom. And again, back with equipment, big milestone was the 2 large rooftop mechanical units had been set. So there's one large unit that serves the majority of the expansion that's shown on the left. And then the one on the right primarily serves the Sally Port and the garage areas.
Do you know where they come from?
You know where they come from?
Doubt. We can find that out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Came on a truck, right?
Yeah, but I mean, who made it?
So Daikin's the manufacturer, right? So we can.
Where are they located?
We'll look
We'd
that
have
up.
to check.
Okay, I was just,
Afternoon.
thanks, Lee.
Before we go into schedule or upcoming events, any questions on what was presented so far?
I'm ready for a walk-through tour, maybe a lunchtime tour, and even just kind of thanking the trades for being there. But it'd be fun to see it at this point in time before it even gets wrapped up, because it'll be shiny and finished at some point, but it'd be fun to see it right before that too.
I'll work with Brenda and we'll set up some
Great.
visits for you.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Kurt. He'll talk about upcoming work and the schedule.
Great. Thanks, Eric. So in the coming weeks, again, continuing the site improvements on all 3 streets around us. Working really closely with the city to make sure we're meeting all of their requirements and only doing things once. Again, the cladding and the masonry is like 95% complete, and the cladding is probably about 30% complete and moving forward at a very rapid state right now. Elevators are being installed. We've been working on the first 2 and moved into the 3rd one, which is the public elevator, just the other day. So all of the elevators will be ready at the completion of the project. Plumbing fixtures going in almost complete. A lot of coordination with the low voltage and the technology. Eric's been a great conduit between our contractors and the end users, making sure that everybody has what they're expecting. And then with those big air handlers being set and the mechanical work being completed up in the rooftop penthouse, we moved into the commissioning stage. So working closely with the third-party commissioning agent to make sure that everybody's filling out their forms, doing the proper startup procedures, pre-functional testing, and then that'll move into testing and balancing and close out as we move further towards completion. And interior finishes all over the place. Some of those pictures are a little bit disappointing because we have so much protection down that you didn't get to see some of the cool quartz countertops and the nice carpet. But when you come for the tour, we'll make sure there's some nice shiny stuff.
In the next few days, we'll see.
So
what
we're
happens.
supposed to wear booties or something so we don't ruin anything?
We do, or my assistant superintendent will throw you off the job.
But I'm envisioning the commissioning for mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. It's making sure we're following startup procedures for warranty purposes and all kinds of different things, huh?
Yeah, it's a pretty thorough concept, kind of belt and suspenders. You've already got requirements in the contract documents. The manufacturers all have their own requirements because they have to warranty it.
Yep.
So they're keeping close tabs. And then the commissioning agent is, a belt and suspender above that follows all those procedures and documents, and then can give the owner, a surety that everything was done correctly.
Great, thank you.
That is one step we took with this project, was to hire, on the county's behalf, a third-party commissioning agent, which is an engineering company out of Portland. And so they've been overseeing the commissioning process from the very beginning, setting expectations, writing commissioning documents, and then they're overseeing, as Kurt said, the process now. So when it's handed over to the facilities team, we'll have a fully functioning system that's been through a lot of checks.
It's actually Interface. Oh, sorry. Interface Engineering. They have an office here now in Bend. Yep.
If the exterior is so far along, are we going to see Harriman and Bond kind of fully open back up before the building is finished on the interior, or do we still need all that area on the outside for staging various things? And
Well, actually, on the as the county transitions from our completion into the move-in and the setup, we're going to work closely with the city, and we're already working with them and the county as far as usage. We would like to control as much of it as we can, as long as we can, because there's a transition period where we're still using that temporary secure entry. And, you don't want the public not knowing and they want to go into the entry that's not quite ready yet or not open. So we're, working really close with the city to time out that turnover. Hit on the milestones.
Yeah, so just again, an overall schedule, we're quickly approaching substantial completion, which is the end of March, on March 27th. And then once Pence hits that milestone, it allows the court security to start moving over and getting comfortable and trained on the new security equipment and the layout of the expansion, and also court staff to start moving things over, all in anticipation of we're calling a soft opening of the expansion. Goal is to have that opening by May or in May, if not before. And then working towards a ribbon cutting in May or June. And then, of course, as all this is ongoing, Pence is also in the background working on the existing building renovations. Once the expansion is completed, I'll allow them to move into a remodel of the existing Sallyport into some IT offices, and then new restrooms in the basement, the jury assembly, working towards final completion in August of 26. So if there's no more questions, we will move on to the budget.
Sure.
Happy to say the budget is still going strong and good standing. at the end of the last billing cycle, at the end of January, we had cost to date of $34,695,980, which is approximately 72% complete. And we still, both on the GC and on the owner side, still have a healthy contingency that'll carry us through to the end of the project into the summer. So still looking strong, still within budget, and yeah, all looking good so far.
So I'll just highlight a few items related to the budget. Over the last several months, we've talked about items that are in process in terms of change orders, and then also potential items that could come up as we enter primarily into the remodel stage. Just a few things to highlight on the construction contractor contingency side. Currently, we're at 1.1 million, about 10% of the construction costs. In process, as we've been mentioning, we have about $200,000 in change orders related primarily to exterior envelope work and manufacturer changes with the siding system and other items that have come up through the construction process. On the contractor contingency side, in terms of potential things that we're watching for the future, we also have the remaining remodel work coming up. The majority of that is in the basement, as well as the new public service counters. So as they continue and complete that remodel work, there's the possibility to come across some unforeseen conditions that may incur some additional costs. But we are continuing to carry the $1.1 million contingency on the contractor side. Related to the owner contingency, that's where you'll see the change this month that we've been talking about over the last several months. And so we have many of those items that we had talked about have now been processed and are completed, and those payments have been made. And so we had been talking about, for in-process work, items related to the exterior snow melt, to the remodel project, that the work that's already complete, and then the Bond Street and Harriman improvements, as well as the bollards on Bond Street. And so there were about two separate $300,000 scopes of work that we had been anticipating hitting our contingency. And so that's what's reflected in today's budget update. So you'll see the remaining contingency on page 2 for the county is $626,000, about 4.5% of the remaining, or of the project overall. I'm sorry, of the remaining work.
The remaining balance.
Of the remaining balance. And so that's the contingency that we've carried around 4.5% to 5% throughout the project. As work got completed, that contingency as a percentage of the remaining work increased. Now we're back to what we had been carrying throughout the project. So about $600,000 on the owner side to carry us the rest of the way, and about 1.1 million on the contractor side. So we'll continue to report on those changes in the upcoming monthly updates.
So I walk by and drive by. I kind of make sure to drive by it once in a while, a little extra, just to see what's going on. But a lot of work on weekends and kind of every day. There's something out there these days. So has the weather been real advantageous to that, or has there been kind of overtime scheduled in or triggered because of the weather? Just kind of the dynamics of how you manage that.
Well, I think as we all realize, the weather's been pretty forgiving for winter. Tough on skiing, but good for construction, and we've been able to take advantage of that. And then just the overtime is kind of the nature of the time in the project. It's time to get done. Let's roll up our sleeves and work a little bit harder and make sure we hit the finish line.
So, and then sometimes, I'm just thinking big picture. Sometimes you don't know which trade or activity may be triggered for that overtime, because it's just the logistics of getting everything done, possibly.
Well, the logistics on this project being such a tight site are quite a big deal.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the reasons the facade is happening now as it is. And their compensation for that is to be on all elevations at the same time. So that contractor is really ramped up and filling the bill and making sure they're attacking at all facades.
You mentioned the scaffolding last time, so you could work on different faces.
Yes.
And I got to imagine if the weather was really, really bad, maybe that scaffolding would even be wrapped in plastic, which we haven't had to do.
Right. And then that creates another safety issue when you start having to do that too.
There we go. And then pouring concrete in February or March is pretty interesting too.
Right, that's why you saw all the blankets on the
Yeah.
site work, so you actually have to keep the ground warm so it doesn't freeze. You can't pour concrete on
Or,
frozen
yeah.
ground. So there's a lot of work that goes on. A lot of times we actually end up heating up the ground. Haven't had to on this yet, but
Yeah, there's ways to get it done.
yes.
Okay.
So we aren't putting in a heated sidewalk there, are we?
He- Eric, yeah, Eric showed those pictures.
Just the entrance?
Heated ramp.
Yeah, just at the entrance, we're not able to extend it out into the main sidewalk because it's outside of the county property line,
Mhm.
in the city right away. So the stairs and the ramp and the exit sidewalk will have heat in it.
That's great. Eastern Oregon University actually has heated sidewalks. It saves a lot of liability for people falling.
I hesitate
So-
to ask this because I don't want to jinx us, but if we come to the end of this project and we have some hundreds of thousands of dollars left in contingency that we didn't need to use, what do we do with that?
So our intent within Fund 463 would be to return that to reserves and have those funds be available at the board's discretion for future projects. So some of the things that we have coming up currently that are already funded, but have been projects that have been approved by the board that are being funded by current reserves are the district attorney's remodel, some of the parking lot projects that we're currently working on and that we have planned. And so our intent is for any savings to be returned to the reserve and then to work with the board to identify future work.
Great. Well, thank you all for keeping us in a place where we've still got a healthy contingency at this late point in the project.
Any final questions? All right.
No.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we will be postponing items number 10 and 11, the Treasury and Finance Report, until after our legislative update this afternoon. Is that?
That is correct.
Okay.
Confirmed.
So that's going to be
Confirmed.
at 2 then?
Correct.
'Cause
Yeah.
I need to be somewhere by 3.
And we do have an executive session as well.
Okay, so can we do the executive session
Yeah.
like at 1:45 or something? Could we come back?
Sure, we can
and do
either-
it early?
We can
Do it
we can
now.
Start early, or I can,
we could stay now.
I can ask
Okay,
Either,
yeah, I just need to get some,
who do we need for the executives?
the Christie.
Okay.
So I can coordinate with her and see if she's available now or
sure, it'd be great.
would be-
or at a quarter till or whatever you prefer.
While we're doing item 12, what do we want to check? Do you want to check with Christy, which is better for her, or do we want to just pick?
Yeah, I will see if she's available now.
Okay.
And
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
12:45 would be good. So,
12:45?
yeah.
Great.
you don't
Okay.
need to Run over here. Right.
Okay.
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 That makes sense.
Okay. Sounds good.
I can't do it at 12.
12:45?
Yeah, I mean,
Something I'm doing at 12:30 because I thought I was going to get to eat some lunch.
that hearing item this morning, I mean, we allocated an hour and a half for it and it took a lot longer. So we're just trying to figure out how to fit everything else in.
Oh. Well,
Yeah, I
Treasury and
thought we
Finance-
were going to do that now.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Can't do that now?
and that's okay. We can go ahead and do number 12 now. We'll bring those other two requests back next week when the board talks about video lottery funding. This request, just so that we can move forward, which I've updated commissioners on, is a sponsorship for the annual luncheon for the Sun River Lapine Economic Development lunch on at the end of April. And there are the options for the board's consideration from a corporate table sponsor of 6 seats to the title sponsor of $1,500 with a range of benefits, or a supporting sponsor $1,000. So there's a range of options for the board's consideration, and we're just in terms of the numbers, the board has $1,400 available, but we've talked about allocating additional resources from video lottery funding to support the additional sponsorships that we've come in. And again, we can talk about those either next Monday or next Wednesday. So we just wanted to get your direction on a sponsorship level, if any, for this annual luncheon, which is scheduled for April 30th in Sun River.
Okay, can I just check again? So, how much did we allocate for the year for sponsorships? How much have we consumed, and how many more months do we have before the end of the fiscal year?
Okay, so to date, the board has spent $8,600. So initially the allocation was $10,000. The board has allocated $8,600 to a variety of for a variety of sponsorships. There's $1,400 remaining of that $10,000, and the board has also discussed the potential for allocating additional funding from Video Lottery for any additional sponsorships. And as Brenda mentioned, thank you. We do have a couple more that have been submitted, and we can bring those back at a later date. And I have all of these right here in my hand. You handed me enough for everybody, and I don't mean to.
And we're trying to get to June 30th with.
Correct. There's from what the board has already allocated, there's only $1,400 remaining to get to June 30th, unless we allocate additional dollars from the Video Lottery funding fund, which we can certainly do if that's a board decision.
For SLED, I support just getting a table, making a commitment for a table, getting people at the meeting. We don't need to do any other over sponsorships at this time is what I'm thinking.
So the $600 limit.
Yeah.
Okay. That works for me.
I'd said 1,000, but 600 is fine.
Getting tight at the end of the fiscal year, or it's not even the end of the fiscal year yet.
Thank you, commissioners. That's very clear. $600. That will leave us a balance at this time of $800 in this fund. Thank you very much. And we don't need a motion, correct, Kim? Yeah, right. I didn't think so. Okay, great. Thank you.
So do we want to do anything else now?
So we can't do the executive now? Christie's not available?
I jumped right into that topic and wasn't able to, but I can, if you want to take just 2 minutes, I can reach out to Christie and see if she's available.
Nick, can't you do two things at once? Talk with one hand and text with the other.
We do have her memo.
Right.
I'm gonna go. Okay.
I'm checking right now.
So I'll go buy my food.
So no, we're not on a break, but we're standing by for an executive
Just for a
session.
quick moment.
Buy my lunch.
I guess, yeah. So as the vice chair, how about we'll turn the mics off and whatever, but we'll be back in a moment.
Thanks, Eric. So we are going to go into executive session now, and then reconvene after that at 1 p.m. For a legislative update. Kim, would you like to read the statement?
The Deschutes County Board of Commissioners will now convene an executive session pursuant to ORS 192.660. The specific authorization for this executive session is ORS 192.660 subsection 2E, which allows the board to meet in order to discuss real property negotiations. Designated staff and the media are allowed to remain during the executive session. However, the media may only report that the board met in executive session and the identified basis for meeting in executive session. Recording devices are not permitted. No final decisions will be made, and at the conclusion, we will open the doors and invite the audience back to the room.
All right, we are coming out of executive session. Staff, please proceed as discussed. We will reconvene at 1 p.m. with a legislative update. Thank you.
You.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are going to jump to item number 13 on our agenda now, our 2026 legislative short session update, and then we'll circle back to items 10 and 11. Jen, you want to kick us off?
Jen Patterson, Strategic Initiatives Manager. So normally we have this discussion every Thursday. Every Thursday morning of the legislative session for the short session. And due to scheduling conflicts, we're having this meeting today at 1 p.m. So typically we start with commissioner announcements pertaining to legislative updates, and then we'll kick it over to Doug Riggs, our lobbyist, to give us an update. I think there's a lot happening in the Capitol in this last week and a couple days from the session. And then typically after that, we go through the bill tracker report, but we have no new bills on the bill tracker report, but maybe a couple updates from different departments on there. So I'll turn it over to the commissioners to see if there's any legislative updates that they want to give before we bring Doug into the conversation.
I think for me, it's just status of what's going on down there at this point. We've kind of reviewed the bills and taken positions, so I'm not bringing anything today.
Yeah, just getting back from Washington, D.C. I have federal bills on my mind right now, but just looking forward to hearing where we're at with various pieces in the short session here at the state level.
And yesterday morning, I did have a conversation. Tom O'Shea called me quite early. He was on his way to breakfast somewhere, but I was in DC, so it was fine. Anyway, Doug, I'd just like you to update us. What's going on with the gas tax? I hear that it's 99.9% sure it's going to be in March and May. Is that right?
Thanks, Commissioner and Commissioners. Yeah, that's one of the very first things I'll discuss, and I'll give you some context on this first. There are only 11 days left in the state legislative session. So the constitutional 35 days ends on March 8th, which is a week from Sunday. And there are still two big controversial issues that are maybe three, but there are at least two floating around. One is Senate Bill 1599. That is the bill to move the referendum on the gas tax and the other transportation fees from November to May. It is unclear whether or not they will meet the deadline technically that the Secretary of State indicated was hard and fast. A statutory deadline of 91 days before the primary comes up today, which means, according to what the Secretary of State has said in the past, it must be on the governor's desk by tonight. It's not even scheduled for the floor at this point. So there seems to be some confusion about whether or not the Secretary of State is now saying that 91 days is flexible, and maybe they have a few additional days to pass that bill. But the minority does have the ability to use parliamentary tactics or to walk out or not show up for sessions. So that's really unclear, Commissioner, at this point on that issue. We thought it was hard and fast because the Secretary of State had said it must be on the governor's desk by end of business on the 25th. Well, today's the 25th. It won't make that. So still unclear if there's some other avenue that they could pursue with a later date. The second big issue that is controversial is House Bill 4145. That's a ballot. It's a measure to implement the terms of ballot measure 114, which passed by 30 or 40,000 votes back in 2022. That's a gun regulation restriction measure. It's currently in the courts and has not yet come up before the Supreme Court. This would codify many of the provisions of that measure. It just narrowly passed by, I think, just by 2 votes in the House just moments ago. So that's the other controversial issue. So maybe I'll stop just on those 2 issues and see if there are any questions.
So you're saying it passed by 2 votes then? 41-45?
Yep.
Just
So
the tax bills is the other
go
thing
ahead.
that comes to mind. Lodging tax bills.
Yeah, so let me get into some of the other bills. Just literally 2 minutes ago, the House passed the TLT bill 40 to, I think it was 40 to 15. So a pretty overwhelming majority voted in support of it. It included a compromise that was reached at the last minute between the lodging industry and the advocates of the TLT reforms. And that's a 50-50 split, not a 60-40 split. So the lodging industry was neutral on the bill as a result of that. So I think that helped push the margin up by a few votes. That bill now goes to the Senate and has to be considered in the Senate as well. I'm told that there is an agreement with Senate leadership on a schedule to get that to a hearing relatively quickly, to a work session, and then get it to the floor and to the governor's desk. So those are a few of the things that are moving. We hear that there's a term in the building called pens are down, meaning that the budget writers have completed their work. We believe that to be the case. We believe that the budgets are actually, for all the departments, have been put together by Ways Means co-chairs and Ways Means leadership, but no one has seen any of those bills. We also know for a fact that all of the subcommittees, except for the Capital Construction Subcommittee and Ways and Means, will close as of tomorrow afternoon. So any bills that are left in Ways and Means that will move through the Capital Construction Subcommittee over the next few days. And we're under 1 hour notice. And so when you get to 1 hour notice of upcoming hearings and work sessions, you know we're kind of nearing the end. So that's all going on. What we don't know, because we haven't seen details, is, what will the bill to fill the gap for the transportation department be? What measures will be taken to save money elsewhere to put money into critical maintenance? We haven't seen those details yet. Will Spartacus, which includes $20 million for Core 3, will Spartacus move? We don't know that yet either. And we don't know the details on the overall budget. They have to close about a $600 million gap. That's pretty significant. And then they're very worried. I will tell you, I met with the Ways and Means co-chair just a day ago, and they're very worried about upcoming revenue forecasts. They believe that the February forecast was a bit of a blip. It incorporates fourth quarter corporate stock sales. Stock market was up 38% last year. Many companies sold their own stock to raise capital at the end of the year. That means they'll pay higher corporate taxes. But in 2025, if the stock market does not continue to grow, those corporate tax revenues could dissipate fairly quickly. So I think they're very worried about the future federal reductions in spending, as well as a potential downturn in corporate and what we've been seeing, which is the downturn in personal tax payments over the last 12 months. So that's the gloom and doom. There are a lot of things moving, and I'll just run through a few of them. One was House Bill 4148, which we just talked about. The TLT bill just passed. The language to allow counties and tribes to certify an intergovernmental agency, meaning COIC, as a qualified entity for purposes of transit funding is moving. It's in Senate Bill 1544, is up for a work session tomorrow in the Ways and Means Committee, and then will come out to both floors. We expect that to move. An important bill passed out of Ways and Means this morning. That is the battery responsibility bill that the county has been following and tracking. That passed this morning out of the Ways and Means Committee. Now heads to the floors, first the House floor, then the Senate floor. I expect that to pass. There are some of the behavioral health bills that we've been following, including House Bill 4083 and 4070, appear to be moving the process. And then some of the wildfire bills, as far as wildfire insurance, et cetera, are also moving. So at least at this point, it does appear that they'll get through an awful lot of those things without too much consternation. Although, as I said at the very beginning, especially on 1599, we could see walkouts or delay efforts to try to prevent 1599 from passing at the end of the day. So I think those are the main policy and budget things going on, and I'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
Doug, did you refer to the Wolf funding TLT bill? Did you address that?
Commissioner, I didn't. That's House Bill 4134, and it also passed the House yesterday, led by Representative Ken Helm. And so that bill now moves to the Senate, where the Senate will consider House Bill 4134.
And I'll give a quick update on that as well. Ellie Gage with Western Landowners Alliance has been engaged in lobbying for this, and she reached out to me yesterday and asked for contact information for our Deschutes County producers that we know of who've engaged with the Wolf Committee. So I shared that information with her as well, and she is going to reach out to them directly to see if they're interested in talking to Senator Broadman about that bill. So without having time to come before you, the board, to get that approval, we just, I gave Ellie the contact information and she's reached out to them, and those who are interested will be engaging directly with her for any lobbying efforts.
And I'll just add one more thing, which is that it has just been posted on OLS since this morning. So it's happened the last hour or two. That bill has been scheduled for a public hearing tomorrow in the Senate Finance Committee, and then scheduled on Friday for a possible work session on that bill, 4134.
And then I'm going to turn it over to Eric Kropp, Deputy County Administrator, who has a further request on this particular bill.
Thanks, Jen. Just wanted to talk to the board about a request we received from COIC to have staff testify on behalf of the bill. The board has taken a support position on 4134. As Doug mentioned, there's a public hearing tomorrow at 5 o'clock. COIC asked our natural resources staff to testify on the portion of the bill related to the Oregon Conservation Corps regarding fuels reduction. So just wanted to seek board approval for our staff to testify on that portion of the bill.
We've seen the Oregon Conservation Corps do great work with for example, for seniors on a fixed income who aren't able to go out and whack down a bunch of hundreds of little bitty lodgepole pine trees themselves. So I would support staff weighing in on that. And I'd actually support. I mean, if it was helpful, a letter from the board in support of that piece of House Bill 4134, if they wanted that.
I mean, it's a big grab bag of all kinds of things, and it's easy to say, our program's real important, and I'd like to have some more money for it. So, I mean, I guess I'm not opposed to it, but if I was a possible legislative leader on this, I don't know that adding to the room tax is the greatest way to just keep funding all these special programs. But I don't mind us going in and advocating for the great things we can do if we have more resources.
So if testifying is at 5, Brenda, can you sign me up for that, please? Thank you.
I mean, the direct couple of the direct impacts for the county are the wolf depredation funding and also this Oregon Conservation Corps.
All right, thank you.
AOC was very clear about the funding for wolf, so.
And I didn't have any other bills from staff to flag for you at this time.
Doug, could you the ODOT budget fix? I mean, is there's not a bill yet. Is there any indication where that's going, or is it basically, here's all the places that ODOT is going to steal money from within the ODOT budget to shore up maintenance for this year?
Yeah, Commissioner, I think there isn't a lot of certainty or clarity on exactly which pots of money will be paused or rated to keep the agency whole in kind of the mandatory requirements that they have to pursue. Earlier discussions have centered around pausing or suspending Connect Oregon funding or Safe Routes to Schools funding streams and redirecting that into daily maintenance and operations. But we haven't seen the details yet. There are a couple different placeholder bills that could appear in. We're watching the Ways and Means calendar. I would expect that we'll see something soon. Like I said, we've been told that those details have been agreed on. They just haven't been released publicly yet. So I wish I could give you a little more information. There's lots of speculation about what it would be, but nothing certain and nothing certainly written on paper yet.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I would expect Connect Oregon and Safe Routes to Schools to be on the chopping block, and I would also expect there to be just a whole lot of staffing cuts inside ODOT that people are not going to be very happy about. For example, when you start reducing staffing at DMV offices, that takes a situation where people are already unhappy about long wait times, access to appointments, and it just makes it worse. So, yeah, it's a sad place to be.
Doug, is there any discussion about the debt, the kind of the debt payments out of the ODOT revenue? Because I remember about 6 or 8 years ago, that was the chart that was being shopped around as just the big debt load that's kind of coming out before we can even spend money. And just, has that come up at all? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, Commissioners, surprisingly, there has been really very little discussion of the ODOT budget in this short session. I mean, we've gone a full 2 weeks with very little discussion at any of the transportation House or Senate committees or joint committee or the committee on accountability that was set up. It's been kind of surprising. Some of the hearings have taken less than an hour, and I mean, they spent more time talking about snowmobile fees than they have spent talking about the debt load or the chronic problems with the ODOT budget. So it's left a lot of us kind of scratching our heads and wondering if they had a deal or an agreement or some sort of an understanding ahead of time about what they were going to do. So no, not very little discussion on the debt load, which is only gone up.
I would point out that at the January Oregon Transportation Commission meeting, there was an item in the packet specifically dedicated to debt financing and debt servicing liability at ODOT, and so that is all there in a report that's available. And honestly, Doug, I think that's a big part of the reason why we don't hear any discussions about these things is because people asked a lot of questions. ODOT provided a lot of information, and at this point, it is all there for people to find and read through if they are actually genuinely curious about any of these things.
So Doug, this morning on KBND, as I'm driving to town, the station ran a story saying that the governor was way more optimistic than she had been, and the department cuts maybe were in the range of like 2.5% or 1%, and that things were going to really be okay. That was the story on the radio this morning. I believe I was listening. I think you're muted. Maybe?
Yep, sorry about that. Yeah, Commissioner, thanks for the question. Some of the budget is probably waiting for them to pass or not pass, but I expect them to pass the disconnect bill disconnecting Oregon's tax structure in part from the federal HR 1 that passed last summer that had business depreciation incentives and taxes on tips and overtime suspended or reduced. And the disconnect bill, Senate Bill 1507, would claw back some of those deductions from a state perspective, which recovers about
Wasn't that like
340.
300 million or something?
Yeah, it's
I mean, it was
$342 million is what the
Yes.
estimate is. And so that means that the state cuts would be in the range of $600 million versus in the range of 950 to $1 billion. And so that's probably what the governor's referring to, is that previously they were thinking it would be about a 4 or 4.5% cut to be able to balance the budget. But with that additional $300 million in saved revenues for the state, that means that cut is coming out to somewhere around 2 or 2.5%. But I'm not sure the governor knows much more about the details than anyone else, because LFO staff and LFO don't tend to share that with anyone until the very last minute. But I think some agencies will take a little higher cut, and some will take a lower cut, and some programs will be off limits from cuts. Some of the biggest programs and the fastest growing programs do not appear to be on the chopping block at all, which means that others are going to have to take a larger portion of the reductions.
And of course, they're going to put all the extra into the state police because we have so few, right? Are they going to get funded?
I don't know. That's a very good question, and something that has been a hot topic in the last session, certainly.
I mean, I've been talking about that since 2019, bringing the state police numbers up to something decent. So in so many parts of our rural community, there aren't any. Great.
So Jen, do we want to make time for department heads to talk about their specific bills or to ask Doug questions?
If there are any online or in the room, I did in my email request that if anyone had anything to say, just to get back to me, let me know. And the only one we had was Eric Kropp, who already talked before. So at this juncture, I'm not aware of any more that want to talk further, but I guess we could ask if people want to raise their hands.
There's a hand up from Chris Doty. Chris, whenever we need to bring you over.
I'm here. 5 seconds of purgatory there. Board, just want to flag that 1544 and how excited we are to kind of hear about that bill having a positive path forward, allowing COIC to be considered that qualified entity. I think that's really going to be a very efficient adjustment. Takes us kind of out of that mix in a way that brings on, I think, some liabilities as a pass-through agency. So I want to thank the board and Jen for jumping on that letter of support. Hopefully that's received, read, and is helping get that bill worked through the system.
And we'll just give the thanks to Whitney there, who actually drafted the letter. Give credits too.
Thank you, Whitney.
As a side benefit, I'm going to be super excited sitting on the dais at the Oregon Transportation Commission to actually be able to vote on the STIF allocations instead of having to recuse myself because we're the QE. If nobody has any further questions, then I think we can let you get back to chasing legislators around the building, Doug, and we can move on to other things with Jen here.
Sounds good. Thanks very much, and I'll keep you posted. We'll provide another update at the beginning of the week, but I would expect that if things don't go completely off the rails, that we could be done by next Thursday or Friday, and they'll try to avoid going into the weekend a week from now. So we'll keep you posted.
Great. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doug.
Thanks.
Are we going to talk about tomorrow morning's presentation at all?
We can. I can just share that the email we received from Ann, how do you pronounce that? Gayworth. Her email to us said that the BOCC will host an informal Q&A session. That's all she shared with us. So we hadn't prepared a presentation for the.
Oh, good. That's what I thought I read. Thank you so much.
We will host an informal Q&A session, or we will be the answerers for an informal Q&A session.
Yeah, answers.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Lovely.
So spontaneous, no prepared topics or anything like that.
Well, in years past, I think we've seen, multiple presenters, so the kind of the window gets shortened on us a little bit. It isn't just Deschutes County breakfast; it's a bunch of things that are happening in the Sun River La Pine area.
Yeah.
And,
No,
yeah, Jim Anderson was back in DC testifying. In fact, I ran into him in the hallway in the Cannon building.
Just walking down the hall.
Yep. Oh, like, oh, there you are.
Very good. So before we turn Jen loose, she did have some additional information to add on the sponsorships and lottery dollars front.
Yeah, and I apologize. I missed the conversation briefly earlier today. I just wanted to give some background information on the fundraising sponsorship pool of funds available for fiscal year 2026. So prior to the $600 allocation for the sled sponsorship, the table sponsorship that you had this discussion an hour and a half ago, the remaining balance in that fund was $1,400. So now that fund is down to $800. And what I was going to bring before you, and I missed that conversation, was I have two other outstanding requests that came to me last night and this morning. They came a little bit earlier, but they were going to an inbox. Long story short, I was made aware of them last night and this morning. So one of them is for Jericho Road for their 2026 Mark Keener Celebration Benefit Golf Tournament. They're asking for a $2,000 fundraising request. And then we have the Bethlehem Inn Spotlight on Homelessness, and they're asking for a $2,500 fundraising sponsorship there. I did speak with Cam in finance this morning. So in order to put more money into that pool, it directly takes money out of the fiscal year 2027 video lottery fund allocations. You may not have seen it yet. It's in your inbox now. I'm coming before you next Wednesday, March 4th, to talk about the fiscal year, to start the conversation on the fiscal year 2027 video lottery fund allegations. But as it stands right now, the amount of requests, proposals and requests that we have for fiscal year 2027 is $384,000 over what will be available to allocate. So any additional funds that go into fiscal year 2026 fundraisers and sponsorships will come out of that fiscal year 2027. There's not, as far as I'm aware, any other pool of funds to draw from except for future video lottery fund allocations. And with the spreadsheet, as we'll discuss next week, and you'll see in your inbox later on today, that proposal is only having, again, $10,000 into that fundraising sponsorship request for fiscal year 2027. Now that's starting proposal amount, and the board will have that discussion about where those funds are allocated to. But I just wanted to give that bigger background. So now as we stand, we have with that sled sponsorship of $600, we have $800 left in fiscal year 2026 fundraiser sponsorship dollars, and currently before you $4,500 in requests. So you don't need to make a decision today. Both of these fundraisers are in the future. One's in August and one's in May. But both organizations were checking in on that to see if there was an update on potential sponsorship and fundraising dollars there for them.
One idea is 600 and 200 for the two organizations. These are fundraising events, and any money is going to be good. And that's kind of just living within our means and making a decision. So just an idea.
I mean, we're not nearly at the end of the fiscal year yet. So I do wish, just looking at this list of sponsorships we've done so far this year, I do wish we had capped ourselves at 1,000 per, that put a ceiling on that because we would have $1,800 left to work with at this point, and we would at least be able to make a decent showing on these two sponsorship requests before us.
Well, what if we reduce SLED to 500 and do 500 for all three of them? And what did we have, 1,400? So we'd be only going into the next year $100.
That the sled program was $600 to be a table sponsor.
Well, we can just say, sorry, but we can only do $500. Give us a deal.
Do we?
And then just give a little bit.
Seats?
We get seats?
Do we get seats if we only get $500?
I think I have to go and look. To give some background on that, previously, EDCO included the table sponsorships in their package, and because their budget had to get cut last year, they asked to remove those table sponsorships. The last EDCO luncheon, there was some miscommunication between EDCO and staff, and they gave us that table sponsorship without paying for it.
I love that.
But I'm not sure they're even aware of that, or maybe they are. Well, no, it's public record. But that's why these one-off EDCO requests for these table sponsorships are coming out, because historically they've been included in their annual budget, and they were moved to try to do some cost savings on their end because there wasn't the full funding available last time. But let me quickly pull up this flyer. I had it in front of me, and then I recycled it once a decision was made. So I'm going to pull it up really quickly. There's different levels. So yeah, it doesn't look like, it looks like it's just a SLED member or non-member fees. And then the next one is the sponsorship of 6 seats. So you could buy tickets up to $500 maybe as a way to do that if that's
6 seats, so we buy 5 seats.
Yeah, so it'd be, yeah.
I do, Jen, I do want to ask about the reserve, the lottery fund reserve. So we had set a target of having $1 million in there, and now we are below our target. But I just want to check. Unlike some of our accounts, we need to maintain a minimum reserve, to maintain our credit rating, and for all kinds of reasons like that. We need to have an adequate contingency. This one, that level that we set, $1 million or 9, or wherever it is, that's pretty much just our choice, right?
I'll let Robert weigh in that, but what I will give is the historically for the reserve funds for the video lottery fund, it's been the amount that's actually being allocated each year. So in case those funds don't come in for any reason, that the county still has those funds to pay. And then slowly over the last couple of years, that reserve fund has gotten a little bit less and a little bit less as the proposals come in higher and available funding is a little bit lower. And I'll just say for last year, the reserve fund was set at $1 million. And the ending balance is actually going to be $950,688, and that's just from the projection to the actuals of what came in. So it's still even going to be under what the lower reserve level was. And now I'm going to give it to my friend Robert to advocate further.
Robert Tintel, Chief Financial Officer. And actually, everything you said was accurate. I think we need to invite her to the finance team, at least for this video lottery discussion. Absolutely correct. Typically, we try to keep the reserve higher, which always equal 1 year's worth of it. But you're exactly right. We have slowly made decisions to draw that down. So now that we have less than a year. And the reasoning behind that is if there was a dip in video lottery sales, and we're still able to make another year's worth of commitments and reset. But we have been drawing that down. And so we are at less than a year now. And so we don't advise that reserve continues to be drawn down. But it is the board's decision with the lottery dollars, obviously.
And then in that amount, and we'll discuss this further, and you'll see the spreadsheet in your inboxes. But the amount that we set for next year is put it back up to that $1 million reserve, even though we're slightly below it at the ending balance this year, and not because of dipping into those funds, but just the actuals versus projected.
Well, I've been letting folks know in the community, because we get requests from different folks, different topics. last night at the Boys and Girls Club, La Pine Community Kitchen, Frontier Days was asking for money, and I'm explaining to everybody our budget path's getting real narrow. We're going to do what we can, but it's not a growing pot of money these days. So, at least I'm trying to share that information with folks out there.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate that. I'd like that to be the way that we kind of plan for the year, but I throughout the first 6, 8, 9 months of this fiscal year, I kept saying we need to be very mindful of the size of the sponsorships we're providing because we want the funds to last till the end of the year, and we made some larger allocations and. Here we are 4 months before the fiscal year ends, and we've got $800 left. And I don't, different organizations, the time of year that they hold their fundraising event, that shouldn't be an advantage or a disadvantage for them in getting a sponsorship. So I'm disappointed that we are in this place at the end of February right now.
Something we could discuss for next week's discussion is we could set it up maybe on like a quarterly basis. So we have a grants webpage underneath the commissioner's homepage, and we can make an announcement there. I could reach out to the organizations who put in fundraiser and sponsorship requests in the past and go to a quarterly and allocate $2,500 a quarter or however you see fit, or a half year. And it's so unpredictable, and there's not an announcement on this. It's historically these fundraiser and sponsorship requests have come in one-off. Sometimes they go to you, sometimes they come to me, sometimes they go to Brenda. So there's not been really a clear pathway of applying for these funds or having a deadline for these funds. And I'm not saying that's the way to go forward either, but there's different things to consider too for the future as these funds become limited about what's available for these fundraising requests, and knowing and acknowledging that these fundraisers go all year long.
So we just gave $1,500 to the St. Charles Gala, but we could give $400 to each one of these. That would mean that 3 of us and Nick could go to the lunch, be paid for. Let's keep it simple.
Well, I'll be a speaker at the lunch, and I'm on the sled board, so I might already have a seat somehow.
Okay, then we don't have to pay for you.
There you go.
You can invite somebody else.
No, it's okay. If you stand right there, it's not as bad.
Do the commissioners want to make a decision today, or I can put this as a formal staff report for next week too for further discussion? But,
Oh, yeah.
$1,500 pre-sled.
Commissioner Dare said she's got to get going.
I'm leaving at noon. I'm leaving at 2. So yes. Hopefully I can get on
Is it 400 each?
Yeah, 400
Previous
each.
amount? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that would leave 200.
Yep. So I just got a text that I sent to Nick, something we need to discuss next week. That mechanical unit that's up on the top of the courthouse actually is made by Basics. Basics, I asked Dave Benson. He said, yeah, he goes, we do it, but the airport usually buys from Mexico because it's one of his biggest competitors. Well, I go, this isn't the airport, this is the courthouse. But just think, Basics does family wage jobs for our community. So we need to talk, I think we need to talk about that if we can on our agenda sometime in the future. Different subject, sorry, but I wanted it on the agenda.
So 4, 4, and 4 was your proposal?
Please.
And I support that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that leaves $200 in the funds. Okay. Thank you.
Right. Okay, moving on to our treasury and finance reports.
This one.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Bill Kuhn, Deschutes County Treasurer. Thanks for allowing me to present the January Treasurer's Report. There's been a lot happening over the last week or so, and I'll run down a couple different items that I think you need to be aware of. The big one, on Friday, the Supreme Court issued its ruling on the legality of President Trump's tariff packages, ruling in a 5-3 decision that these emergency tariffs were not justified on national emergency grounds. After the ruling, Trump announced a temporary flat 15% global tariff as a replacement, which by law can last up to 150 days. And to extend that, he actually needs to go back to Congress. For some countries, including China and Brazil, this temporary tariff is substantially lower than the rate that had previously been established. There is concern that with this ruling, previous reciprocal agreements, including those with Britain, the EU, and Japan, will not be upheld. As expected, financial markets reacted quite negatively on Monday following these announcements. This issue obviously needs to be closely monitored over the next few weeks. There's also a major question on how the U.S. government deals with the nearly $175 billion in tariffs that have already been collected, and that has yet to be determined. Also on the government front, the first government shutdown of 2026 has been resolved, but we are now in the middle of a second shutdown, which commenced on February 14th. The initial effects of the Department of Homeland Security shutdown are expected to be limited as the 3 immigration agencies, ICE, Customs and Border Protection, and Citizenship and Immigration Services, only received 60% of their funding from annual appropriations, with the remainder for mandatory funding, fees, etc. So really, in my mind, there's really no resolution in sight right now on that one. The next Fed meeting is scheduled for March 17th to 18th, with no clear direction on a rate cut at this time. And it appears to be highly dependent on further progress on abatement of inflation versus any noticeable improvement in labor markets. Minutes from the Fed's January meeting score a growing bias in policymakers' risk assessment towards persistent inflation, with officials signaling little appetite right now to resume rate cuts. The market is still expecting 2 rate cuts to occur by year end, but right now the expectation is the first rate cut might not take place until mid-year. Concerns still exist in managing the delicate balance between the lack of momentum in hiring versus still elevated inflation levels. Latest CPI report showed January 2026 inflation rose at an annual 2.4% rate, which was slightly down from 2.7% reported in December, and also slightly lower than analyst expectations for the month. The largest increase was in housing costs, which rose by 0.2% for the month, while energy costs abated by 1.5% last month. The January jobs report shows the U.S. added 130,000 new jobs for the month, while the unemployment rate dropped slightly to 4.3%. However, we are seeing revisions to prior reports, which shaved 15,000 jobs from the November and December totals. And that's been a kind of an ongoing issue that we've had to deal with. While the official January producer price index has not yet been released, it's now scheduled for the end of this week, February 27th, but it is expected to rise by 0.2% with a year-over-year increase of 3.3%. It should be noted that with the delayed release of key economic data since the government shutdown last fall, there still is some noise in the monthly reporting data, and we expect that that probably won't abate for several months. The most recent bellwether 10-year U.S. Treasury yield stood at 4.3% at the end of the month, which was down about 20 basis points over the past month. This is important as most long-term mortgage rates are priced based on this index. And we have seen a slight abatement in the 30-year fixed-rate mortgage over the last month as well, but it does remain elevated from a year ago. Over the past few months, I've been tracking the Consumer Confidence Index, with the January rate increasing from the prior month. Overall, the index reflects a cautious but resilient consumer outlook, focusing on personal finance while remaining more positive about the broader economic landscape. In January 2026, housing starts were about 1,297,000, which was down 3.7% from the same month a year ago, However, the housing market in early 2026 is showing modest growth in both sales and stable pricing. As I usually offer up at a regional level, I provide data on various markets within Deschutes County. The January Bend single-family market revealed a median sales price that declined slightly to $680,000, which was down from $686,000 in December, with only 89 sales for the month of January, which wasn't a huge test. 16 of these sales were above $1 million, and 24 were cash sales. Excuse me. It is interesting that days on market for sold properties remain extended at 66 days, which was up considerably from the seasonal low point of 21 days in January of last year. Inventory levels have dropped to a 2.5 month supply of homes currently listed. And also want to note that the Bend area single-family home building permit stayed steady at 35 for the month, which was up slightly from 31 the prior month. Redmond statistics saw a median price that dropped to $483,000 for the month, which was down from $508,000 for the prior month. Redmond area permits stayed steady at 19 for January, which compared to 18 for the prior month. And sales in the Redmond area over the last 6 months or so have been relatively stable. And also we do see a lot of our economic growth coming out of this area. Looking at some other markets within Deschutes County, Sisters had a $701,000 median sales price on 12 sales. Sun River was $1.2 million on only 3 sales, and La Pine came in at $421,000 on 4 sales for the month. Any questions on economic activity?
Bill, when does Jerome Powell's term as Fed chair end?
I believe it comes up for expiry in May. And President Trump has already named his nominee, Kevin Warren,
Right.
To fulfill that position, but he obviously will have to go through a rigorous nomination process.
Yeah, and Warren is pretty eager or he's pretty gung ho on rate cuts, but that you're saying that the rest of the Fed
right
are not where he's at exactly.
His name is actually Walsh.
Going to provide some influence at the top, obviously in the Fed chair role. You typically have, I don't want to say the last vote, but you typically have a lot of influence in Fed committee discussions and the ultimate resolution. I think right now there hasn't been clear direction in terms of what we'll likely see out of the Fed after that election. Certainly want to stay tuned to those discussions over the next several months.
I was told there are people that have been waiting for almost a year to be confirmed in DC. So, and it is Kevin Walsh.
Walsh, yeah.
Walsh,
Yeah.
A-L-S-H.
I think there's an R in there. It's Wall.
No, I Googled it.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
It's AI, said it's Walsh. So anyway,
Anyway, I believe Powell's term is up in May, and it typically would go through the appointment process starting before that term is up. And so anyway, stay tuned on that. Without further ado, I'll dive into the January Treasurer's Report. The portfolio balance at month end stood at $371.4 million, which was a decrease of $7.8 million from December and an increase of $12.1 million from last year. This increase was principally due to ongoing funding needs, including our courthouse project, amongst other projects. Net investment earnings were $1,231,000 for the month, which was $47,000 lower than last month's earnings, but $89,500 higher than a year ago. As I've indicated earlier, we are starting to and will continue to see the impact on monthly earnings from overall reductions in our portfolio balance, as well as a declining yield. All portfolio balances are well within policy guidelines. The LGIP rate, as indicated, did drop to 4.1% for the month of January, which was down from 4.25% previously. The First Interstate Bank investment rate for January was lowered to 3.65%, and that was effective January 6th. These rates are reflective of recent rate cuts, Fed rate cuts, and also declining short-term investment yields, primarily in the LGIP fund. Overall portfolio yield slipped to 4%, which was down from 4.04% for the prior month. I believe that I've been very proactive with the board regarding my forecast. We achieved a peak in portfolio yield within this current cycle, and that's also being impacted by recent declines in yields on both long-term investments and our short-term liquidity yields. During the month of January, I made $6 million in investments, and our 5-year maturity distribution schedule reflects these recent investments. And I've really been kind of proactive to push out our maturities to that kind of 3+ year range. And that's reflected in our average time to maturity, which is now 1.44 years, which provides a buffer against near-term rate volatility that we may see over the next few months. I'm going to go through another bout of investing right after we complete tax turnover early next week, and I'll be doing some more investing probably toward the latter end of next week. So any questions regarding this report? Hearing none? Thank you.
Bill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Oh, when are you going to have the rental vacancy? Next month?
Usually quarter end.
Okay, did we get the last quarter of the year? No, I don't think we got it yet. That would have. Okay, if you could. Thank you. Yeah, because I don't think we got it we didn't get it in January. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Robert Tintel, Chief Financial Officer. And if I'm still going and you need to depart, Commissioner Dare, that's fine. If you have to leave it too.
Well, you're really fast, so I'll try and be respectful.
Okay, no problem. I did want to give just a few other updates, a few comments before we get into the financial report. Just so you know, we are already dealing with fiscal year 27 budget. Yesterday, we met the budget team, the budget officer, Nick, and admin met with all of the ISF departments, went through their initial budgets. And next week, we'll be starting, we'll have our non-ISF and ISF as in internal service fund departments. So all the other departments will be meeting with them next week for the budget kickoff. So we are in the midst of already dealing with fiscal year 27 and working on budgets. So behind the scenes, we're doing a lot of work before we come back together again with the budget committee in May. So just want to give you an update with that. And we just talked about legislative session, just in case you were worried, the penny bill is still moving forward. So that gets us with rounding for those nickels to the nearest 5 cents when someone pays in pennies in cash.
The penny bill, is that in the federal government then?
No, that's the state. That's 4178 is the number for that bill. And that's just if your bill, say it's 33 cents and we no longer have pennies to give out 2 cents in pennies, we're allowed to develop a policy to round up or down to the nearest nickel.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, people in the real world are already doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw it all over the place.
And this just provides a standardized thing. So eventually once it settles, we'll come back to you with a policy for the county for that.
Okay. Well, thank you, Robert.
Yeah. And a little bit more detail on a little more meaty subject, but the number 4148, that's what I was looking for on the TLT. Doug mentioned the 50-50 split. The other part of that is the bill allows us resiliency grants that out of the tourism dollars, the county could choose to give resiliency grants to tourism and to the hotel and restaurant industry. So if you wanted to give grants to businesses, the board could choose to do that. There's also a provision in there to allow special districts to use funding for services similar to that a county provides that they provide. That was added to the bill as well. And finally, it does require LRO reporting to the LRO. So the county would have to report biennially to the state how we use those funds. Some counties, that was an issue for them because if you just take your TLT and add it to the general fund, well, then it just gets mixed up. So all mixed in with the general fund. So saying, well, how did you use those specific dollars? It gets a little more complicated. I think the county is very, very fortunate, Deschutes County, in that all of our dollars, except for admin, it's labeled as transfers out. So we know exactly where those dollars go. So I think we'll be in a good position for reporting. We'll see once that requirement actually comes through, if that bill finally makes it all the way through. Final, last comment, 1544 on agreed upon procedures for COIC. We also support that in finance because there's also Moss Adams, our auditors, has to do a special agreed upon procedures for that transfer, the stiff transfer to COIC for those transportation dollars. So it just cuts out another expense and administrative overhead for that. So it is good news all the way around. So enough on those. I just wanted to highlight the budget and a few legislative comments. So now to the report. We're as of January 31st, 2026, and we are 58% through the year. Now we're almost at the end of February. So we are nearing the end of the fiscal year. It's exciting actually here. So on page 108 in your report, both revenues and expenditures, they're in line with last year's actual, and we do seem to be on target. And again, big overview for so far for this month's report. The projections for most funds haven't changed wildly, and so there will be status quo for a lot of these. Page 109 in your packet, the position control summary. So this is the first month, really January, where it's really, you're seeing the full effect of all the reductions in the FTE. And so down at the bottom, you will see, notice juvenile, it's reflective now in these numbers, the 6.60 reduction, adult parole and probation, the 4.5 FTE reduction, and the health services, the 10.5. So now our total FTE as of January is down to 1,200 and about 18. 1,217.79 of total FTE, which you can see the decline going through the year. So now we're at 9.77%. And of course, that number will change, up and down a little bit, as like today, we even had limited duration that was extended and some different ones. But page 110 in your packet, the overtime report. Total overtime budget is about 3.7 million, and actuals are at 2 million through January. To date, about 54% of the budget, the overtime budget, has been spent, which is less than us being 58% through the fiscal year. So overall, we're on target. If we just look at the sheriff's office, who has the majority of overtime, their department, their actuals is at 58.3%, which is right on track with budget for the time period through the year. So they've bumped up to using more through the fiscal year, but they are still right on target at this point. Gonna flip through to a few pages ahead on the general fund, page 115 in your packet. Not a lot to report. We did update the revenue and expense projections slightly. There's not a lot of major changes, but the net increase on the ending fund balance is about $400,000, which is in the right direction. But it's just a combination of some saved expenditures, usually associated with vacancy savings, and some revenue updates there. Juvenile, while they're faced with many financial challenges, their projections haven't changed compared to last month, so not going to highlight anything different on their fund. TLT fund, page 117 in your packet, fund 160-170. I do want to point out near the bottom on the footnotes for you, we added footnote C for a reference, and I think it's just a good point of clarification for the county as far as what did the voters approve for each of our taxes that we initially set, and then the increases starting at the 5% in 1975, and that was all for general discretionary funding. And then it lays out what each of the 3 additional 1% could be used for and what the limitations are, but based on voter intent. So even while new legislation may allow us to go to a 50-50 split, we would still look at honoring the intent on some of these percentages. So just as a reminder, in summary, overall, the first 6%, about 80% is discretionary, 20% tourism. The next 1% is 100% dedicated to tourism. Doesn't mean it's dedicated to BCO, but it means it's dedicated to tourism or tourism-related facilities. And then the final 1% was the newest in 2013, 70% tourism specific to the Fair and Expo. And then that 30% could be discretionary, but we've traditionally allocated it to Fair and Expo capital reserve. So it's all been going to the Fair and Expo. And we talk about that every year at the budget committee. That comes up as well. Or since I've been here, I know.
So that's a real concise way to just kind of document the way we build up that fund or where the money comes from.
Exactly. And then how we, the limits that are put within it. Yes.
Great.
So when we look at that fund, year to date, lodging tax revenue is up 3.9% from compared to last fiscal year. And it's up 5.6% compared to budget. But if we look at some of the month specific, as we go back, as I'll say, October, we were up 7.9%, November up 9.4%. December was flat. You may remember last month it was 0. And then January this month, you might have seen the report, negative 6.6%. So our year-to-date total had dropped to 3.9. Still an increase, which is good, but we'll see how these months are. Might be good, as you mentioned earlier, for the courthouse, not having the snow, but for this month, it's a different story.
Up with the skiers.
Skiers, that's right.
The people with deep pockets that come in and eat at our restaurants and spend a lot of money.
That's right.
Yeah. And plus go on the mountain.
Yep.
So.
I'll go to page 120, Sheriff's Office, Fund 255. There, I will, in the upper section under resources, I will highlight, there's a couple footnotes there for B and C. So they did change their revenue projections and they have their footnotes related there as to the updated funding projections reflect their updated numbers. And their requirements, they did decrease their projections by $700,000. And as they're getting now over halfway through the year in their budget, so they trued up some of their expenditures. So which is, they reduced it. So they're going to be spending less, which will drop to the bottom line. So their ending fund balance, although overall did decrease by $304,000 compared to their budget. But so you can see that in their comparison on the very last line for total fund balance. Budget had 24.3 million. They're expecting to be right at about 24 million. So it's about 300,000 under where they're expecting of their total budget. Next, page 121, OHP Capital Reserves Fund 270. They did update the revenue projection increase by $700,000 for OHP capitation. So that brings the total fund balance they're expecting their projection at the end of the year to $39.6 million. Next section is Fund 274. I'll go to the breakout. On page 123 is their admin portion of Fund 274. They had a slight increase in their ending fund balance by $200,000, mainly due to additional savings in expected expenditures.
It's actually 300,290.
They had slight increases, right?
Oh,
compared to the change from
months?
last month. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Right.
Because last month their ending fund balance was 3.1 million, so the from 3 to 3.3 million this month. So it's about just slightly over $200,000.
Great.
Yep. The Behavioral Health Fund, page 124 in your packet. Their ending fund balance did increase. It was last month, the projection ending fund balance was 1.7 million. Now it's $1.85 million. It's mainly due to the slight increase in revenue and lower expense projections and less transfers in, because, you know, the OHP fund transfers funds in. So it's, as they move money around, it has a net effect on their bottom line, on their ending fund balance. And their last part, public health, page 125 in Fund 274. Again, not a big change there either. but there was a net increase in the ending fund balance of 767,000 compared to last month, due to a 512,000 increase in net revenue projections and 265 additional savings in expenses. Again, as we get through the year, you will see departments true up their revenues and expenditures. They'll focus a little more, and so we'll see these updates each month as we go through, but most of them are close and still in line with what budget is. Community development, page 126. You should have received the full report from CDD on their monthly update. They're continuing the statement that permitting volumes through January continue to indicate stabilization over the past 4 fiscal years and remain in alignment with activity from the 2014-15 time period. And they still try to meet their target $1 million in the fund balance at the bottom of the report. You'll notice there for the projection, it's at $1 million. Next page, 127, road fund, 325. The ending fund balance increased by 365,000. That's due to revenue projections and mainly from their forest receipt projections line item updated there. And we are expecting SRS payments to come in. I haven't seen them yet, but they're that was approved
Next week.
Yeah, so we should be getting that soon, which that'll be a good thing to see and actually come in.
Robert, so that's SRS. The PILTs,
Mhm.
when do we anticipate PILT coming in for this year?
That comes in, I think, after the first of the year, and it's accrued back to the year. So that should be coming in later. I wouldn't expect that in the next few months, but it should be coming, as we get closer to the end of the year. I think I can't remember the exact month it comes in, but I believe we accrue that back to the following fiscal year when it comes in.
Because I don't know which fiscal year it's attached to, but Congress did finally pass PILTs, the PILT reauthorization, which is, the more I learn, the more I understand the PILT is way more important than SRS for us. So
There's that relationship between them.
yeah.
Page 129, Fund 465, and then the next sub-page after that, which is a breakdown of the CIP project. So their projections did change this month, projecting to spend $3 million less than what they reported last month. And that's due to a savings of $5.4 million compared to their budget still. But it's the capital outlay section line item of where the change occurred. So which projects they anticipate how much spending on this month. So the next page, 130, has the detailed breakdown by project and some of the main projects where you can see where they're spending less than their full budget this year is on that. So I just highlighted the Tumalo Reservoir project, South Century Drive project, paving of Skyline Ranch Road, and paving of 6th and Dorrance Meadow. Those are some of the projects that had more disparity from budget. And, if a lot of these projects, either they're not going to spend the full amount, or if they don't complete it by June 30th, it gets carried over to next fiscal year. So it's just a reflection of the timing of that. Page 134, Annual County Fair, Fund 616. I just wanted to highlight that this is a report. All the reports here are based on fiscal year, but this is a supplemental report that's thrown in or included in the report, and that's based on calendar year for the fair. They did update it to now calendar year. However, there are no revenues yet for for calendar year 26. Those projections aren't available yet. So this will be updated as we go, but I just wanted to point that out, that this transition to the new calendar year, since this is the first report for January. Going to skip through the next pages. There weren't any major changes for any of the funds. I do want to go to page 139, Health Benefits Fund, 675. There were some good positive updates to this fund as well this month. You will see that there in the resources up above and the requirements down below in the very far right column, the variance. You will see now some variances in those. Previous month, we still just reported the budget and projections were the same, but now that we've been through 6 months of actuals and we can see trends, so these numbers were updated. The revenue, the very first line, internal premium charges, that has updated, and you'll see it's under budget we're anticipating. This is based on updated census numbers, both for internal premium charges, which are county employees, and then COIC premiums, which are based on COIC employees. They're hiring more bus operators, so that's why their costs are going up. With ours is we updated our census on filled positions and how many are active, and so this is through the end of the year what we anticipate. But when we also have less expenditures anticipated, which offset that. So net of it, we did increase by about $2 million. The ending fund balance we're expecting to be at the end of the fiscal year now of 15.2 million, which last month we were at 13.4. So even though the revenue is decreased, but also the expenditures were decreasing based on our actuals, and our budget was based on higher year-over-year increases, and we are so far seeing smaller year-over-year increases, which is a good sign for us in claims. So positive news on that fund. It's still in a healthy position. And 705 is similar to last month. Any questions on the report?
No questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. That's our regular agenda. Are there other items? Everything else? It sounds like we have a plan for the South County Chambers breakfast tomorrow, and otherwise.
I guess along those lines, I was thinking maybe come up with just a splash slide, just a 1-page slide that in case they have overhead that we could at least put something up there, just our first page of the presentations kind of thing.
I'll see if there's still time to submit. I don't know. I know they asked a day or two ago about any information, and we had seen what they had replied to, or that they with their instructions to us.
So traditionally we're in the shark built room, and then there's big screens behind us.
Yeah.
So instead of having them blank, just have the logo at least up there, maybe. Yeah, that's all.
I'll go work with Jen.
See if
We'll
we
see when
can-
we
I'm
can get
just-
something sent.
If it comes in,
Do it.
Yeah, we can do it.
Whether they want that or not is another question.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, great.
Very good.
and that'll
do
be
it right now. Yeah.
first thing tomorrow morning.
Yep. It starts at 7 a.m., I believe.
Yes, bright and early.
So you got in at midnight last night?
The plane landed at midnight.
Yeah, landed at midnight.
It was, yeah, it was a long trip, travel wise.
For sure. Well, and I was wondering if there was going to be, I was wondering if there was going to be any failed connections or flights because of the weather too.
My flights out almost didn't work. We were late. We were late leaving Redmond at, I was there for a 5:45 flight on Friday, and then we sat on the runway for almost an hour, and then we just barely got to Seattle. And we got to Seattle late for my connection, but that was late too. So
Amazing.
very lucky for me. With that, I think we're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.